Because
No.
on this day.
On this day, in 1950, William Squire was born. William.
William.
Billy Squire, you better hit the farting around thing right
Yeah,
now.
you better.
An elegant way of wasting time. It's Farting Around with Radio from Hell on X96.
There's a recent photo here on the internet of Billy Squire.
Don't look at a recent photo.
Well, it's quite telling in that he looks like he's done hard time in prison. I mean, it's really, if you just Google Billy Squire and it's the thing that comes up on the side there, that photo will come up. He looks like a convict who's
He's seen stuff, Bill.
well. I just was reading this about Billy Squire. He said they said his career was at its height, but his fortunes took a sudden hit with the music video for "Rock Me Tonight."
I know.
Which I didn't know anything about this, but I'm just reading it for the first.
He
Which
dances
dominantly
around and rips his.
he was dancing around in a pink.
Yeah.
He's dancing around in a dark bedroom wearing a pink tank top. The image presented did not conform to standard gender roles or expectations of masculinity at the time, and was perceived as a challenge to Squire's image as a guitar-playing rocker. The video
I
began,
enjoyed it.
The video began almost immediately attracting increasing embarrassed and negative responses from critics and fans, but not Gina Barberi, who enjoyed it.
He could do no wrong.
Squire described it as a diabolical act to end his career. That's what he was trying to do, and he did, pretty much.
Oh, he's saying that he wanted to end
on
his
purpose.
career.
On
And
purpose.
that's
I
why
did it on purpose.
Yeah.
I don't.
It wasn't, hey, Billy, it'd be cool if you wore a pink tank top and then kind of, your wrists are a little loose and then you rip the shirt.
No, he was pretty much, this'll ruin me, but I don't care. Billy Squire. But doesn't he look like a convict? Do you see that picture?
A little bit. When we were over in Aeropress Square at the studio, occasionally we get requests for interviews, and our old PD came by my desk one day and said, "You might want to do this interview. It's not for air. It just might be fun for you." And it was a Billy Squire interview because he wanted to talk about his acoustic stuff. And so I said thank you, and I went into the production room and I called Billy Squire. And I did an interview that would never air anywhere.
And
it was just a chance for me to talk to Billy.
And you have his phone number to this day, don't you?
Please tell me you at least have the interview, if not his phone number.
I have it somewhere, but it never. He didn't. I felt kind of bad because he thought that was going to be, on our radio.
Yeah, what a mean thing to do.
It's not mean.
He
It's
put all that
absolutely
time,
mean. Absolutely mean. If you're not going to, you go there pretending to do Mr. Squire a favor, and then just dump it. That's pretty mean.
I didn't dump it. I have it somewhere for my own personal use.
Well, here's what needs to happen. We need to air it so that Billy finally gets what he was promised.
We need to find it and air it. There's your challenge.
But it was the thing where you used to be a big thing, and now you've pivoted and are doing something else, and you want everybody to take that as seriously as they took what you used to do and love it as much as what you used to do, and that rarely happens.
Yeah,
he was very serious, is what I'm saying. He was.
You still stiffed him. You duped him.
I didn't.
It was mean.
Was it mean?
Yes, it is. He thinks he's talking to hundreds, thousands of fans in Salt Lake City about his new project. Thank God somebody's paying attention to me. Nope, you're going in my drawer.
But it made him feel good that the radio station in Salt Lake City was interviewing him.
I don't
Could you-
need any-
maybe
I
you
don't
could
need
get him
any
an
favors.
autograph too.
I don't need any favors from you. I'm Billy Huggins Squire. I don't need any favors from you.
That's
Did he
my
really
sign
talk
off
like
today,
that?
by the way, kind of.
Yeah.
That's my sign off.
So Billy, I'll get you some autographs of famous people. I wonder if he's on Cameo, Gina.
Oh,
Oh, let me look.
Yeah, Billy Squire's on Cameo. I'm going to go there and pay
No,
him
don't.
to cuss you out for never airing the interview. You might remember back in 1995,
you know,
you
everyone
thought
blames,
you were talking to Salt Lake.
everyone blames the Rock Me Tonight video for ruining my career, but after that interview, I just couldn't go on. I just couldn't bring my muse was gone. I couldn't make any more music, and I was out of pink tank tops as well.
It's kind of sad now that I think about it. He was trying to do something different, and it backfired on him. And
On Cameo, there's somebody named Billy Squire, but he's a DJ. He's stolen the name of Billy Squire. He shouldn't
Or-
be allowed to do that.
or maybe Billy Squire is a DJ now.
No, they have a picture here of him.
Oh.
That ain't him.
That's too bad because I would pay him to cuss you out.
You listen here, Gina.
You ruined
This
my
is Billy
career.
Squire, and I never recovered my career after the interview with Gina Barberi.
That's right. Ruined me. Yeah, Billy.
No.
He never really made it back. He was married to a German soccer player.
Was he?
Yeah,
That's cool.
her name was Nicole. Her name was Nicole Schoen, and
Are they still married?
uh,
look up.
it looks like maybe
Square.
yeah.
Why?
You know,
He
you know
got
what?
married in 2002.
Richard Marx needs to start a service where he helps old rock stars
Because he's doing great.
because he's doing okay.
I've heard him interviewed, and just him talking music stories and showbiz stories. He's very entertaining.
Yeah,
You should follow him on Twitter. He's hilarious.
yeah. And occasionally reminds you that he's married to Daisy Fuentes.
Yeah. You think of Richard Marx as like, oh, that poor guy. He had a couple hits a long time ago. He must not be doing anything now. No, Richard Marx does a lot. He's not doing his own, but he writes and produces for all kinds
He's
of people.
fine.
Do you know what Billy Squire does now? He's married to this
no.
soccer player still.
Yeah.
Still,
He
okay.
physically manages and maintains 20 acres of a park for the Conservancy. He supports the planting of native plants on Long Island.
So he's a farmer.
Oh, Farmer Squire.
No, native plants.
Native
Oh,
plants.
Okay.
Oh, is that native
plants?
plant?
You know, because they were here long before we were. These plants, you know, they're native. Okay.
Good for him.
Yeah, that's Billy Squire today. Oh, well.
Somebody says Billy Squire, long lost relative of Utah Senator Orrin Hatch. Could that
No.
be true?
Could be.
Could that be true? I'm gonna
No.
look.
Why would somebody just make that up? I think that's probably true.
Let me
Maybe.
look.
Is Billy Squire a Mormon? Wait a minute. Is Orrin Hatch a Mormon? I'm not
I don't
sure.
know.
I think
Hard to say anymore. I know he doesn't have a soul.
I know he began in so Orrin Hatch was an East Coast person before he came to Utah.
I don't see anything.
Oh, well.
Is he a Mino, Bill? A Mormon in name only?
Is that a thing?
It is
It is now.
It's funny, Carrie. I thought this morning, I think I want to be a dino, a Democrat in name only.
What made you think that?
Oh, just I'm getting behind the Republican Party right now.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, they certainly seem poised to do some great things.
I know. I know, and I'm going to encourage them to keep going toward that precipice. I guess we ought to be done with this and
I guess we're
get
farting around,
the
yeah.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
I have a little Mill Creek coffee here.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
It's Beechwood aged.
Talk
right
about
here.
a Mino.
Beechwood aged Mill Creek coffee, and it's the king of coffees.
Mm-hmm.
Is that it?
Mill Creek coffee,
It's the champagne of coffees.
locally owned and brewed Mill Creek coffee from the glass-lined tanks of. No, that's all right. It's delicious stuff.
Let's have our coffee, and then we'll take a break, and we will be back with your check-ins, 877-602-9696, if you have a mind to call in.
Anybody who wants to speak to us about anything, you want to talk about Billy Squire, that's fine with us. Whatever you want to chat about, please call us, 877-602-9696. That's the number.
That is the number. All right, so we'll be back after these. Big O Tires.
Yes, the team you trust, Big O Tires, and there's got to be a location near you because there are 42 locations of Big O Tires along the Wasatch Front and even further.
And it was
we talk about the one that's close to you, but sometimes you're somewhere where it's not home, and you're like, oh no, I'm having a tire issue. Is there a Big O close to me? Probably.
Yeah.
just go to bigotires.com and you'll find the location near you. Just pull your phone out. Don't fret.
Now, right now, they're having a sale through the end of the month. You get $150 off a set of 4 Big O brand tires. That's up to $150 off. And also, they're experts in auto repair and engine tune-ups and oil changes and all of that kind of thing. So if you need help with your car, go to your local Big O Tire store. Remember, they have the lowest price on every tire every day. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Go to bigotires.com.
We have
Thanks,
late
Charlie.
breaking news from the nursery. Mikkel is on the line. Hello, Mikkel.
Mikkel.
This is Gina's sister, Mikkel.
Hello?
Good morning. Good morning.
Are you at the hospital, Mikkel?
I am. Am I a terrible sister? I'm out here in the hall calling you guys. Why am I doing that?
Because we need to know.
Are you an aunt?
Of course I'm an aunt. I'm
Well,
the aunt.
Well, she was an aunt
Well, I know,
before,
but
though.
are you an aunt
a new
two
aunt.
times over?
Many times over. I don't even know how many times over.
Did Gina have the baby?
Yes, we have a baby.
We've got a baby.
What is it? Is it human?
It's a human baby.
It appears to be human.
Did it come out wearing a little turban and those turned-up shoes?
No, but actually there's a funny story which I can relay.
Okay.
That Joe put in a soothing CD, and out come these sounds of all these monkey sounds. It's like a jungle CD.
It's the
How is that
is it the
soothing?
rainforest? Is that what it was?
It's supposed to be, nice, soothing labor and delivery music. And all of a sudden we hear this. And so then we're out in the hall talking to the doctor who's here. And it's not her regular doctor. And the nurse said, don't worry, this doctor's wonderful. In fact, last week or this summer, he delivered the baby orangutan up at the Hobo Zoo.
Oh.
So he's really good.
So Mikkel, it's a little girl. We knew that.
Yeah, Jonesy, she's 7'7",
Okay.
7 pounds, 7 ounces.
and you can braid her hair.
So she's
Wow.
not that huge.
But a lot of hair, though.
But tons of hair.
Did we think she was going to be bigger than that?
She looked
Well-
bigger than that.
Now.
What? She was huge. What are we talking? What are we mincing words for? Gina looked huge.
She looks beautiful.
Yes, all pregnant women are beautiful and huge. All right.
So 7 pounds, 7 ounces.
But she still is about 10 days early, so she's a good size.
Well, that's a good size.
And everything. And was it a hard delivery? Easy? Was it?
No, not a peep. Gina didn't say a word. Just 2 pushes and out she popped. It was quick.
Baby just slid right out.
Is that because she had the drugs, right? That's why she didn't make a
Oh
peep,
yes,
right?
her thumb was going crazy on the bolus. Absolutely.
I'm tired.
There you go. Get out of here.
Well, that's great
That's good news.
Great news. I just had to. Yeah, she's probably going to kill me that I called you guys, but I had to do it.
No, I think she'll be happy you did.
Okay.
Thanks, Mikkel.
Okay, Elsa.
Congratulations.
Gina, we said congratulations.
Yeah, tell her to just relax or something. 6:21. Let's get it over with.
Yes, indeed. We will officially begin the show and then go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. I think people want to talk to us today. I don't know why it's different than any other day, but it seems to be. Gina, do we have a sponsor?
I think Billy Squire got everybody going this morning, Bill, and they're ready to take Carrie. Stop it.
Rock me tonight.
Young Automotive Group has a huge selection of new vehicle brands and over 1,000 pre-owned vehicles. You'll find the vehicle you want at the price you can afford. Visit any Young Automotive dealership or browse online at youngautomotive.com.
Well, here we go. We're on our way to a full moon. I don't know how these things happen, but they do. It's a waxing moon. It's just 0.5% of full. We'll have a full moon on May 26th. The moon will rise today at 6:48 a.m. Today being Wednesday. It's the 12th day of May in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021. 419 days of our pandemic panic broadcast. You can see us broadcasting or coming from our homes. All you got to do is go to Radio from Hell at X90. Go to x96.com/live.
That's it.
Yeah, I was doing the.
I would have
email
helped you, but I
address.
was in my action pose. So.
That's all you got to do. This is the only morning show in Utah that dares to join the fight for the soul of the Republican Party. Does the GOP have a future? Only if they go forward with the bold leadership provided by Ted Cruz and Rand Paul and Mitch McConnell. Go forward with that. We're with you all the way, Republican Party. This is Radio from Hell, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Carrie Jackson. Hi, I'm Bill Allred, a dino, Democrat in name only. Gina Barberi right there. And Katie for short is our producer. She's in the studio in downtown Salt Lake. And Skip and Miriam are helping out in the producer's booth. I just want to point out that because it is National Limerick Day, I'll begin. There once was an old hermit named Dave.
No.
There
Let's go
once
to the
was a
phones.
man from
Let's-
Nantucket.
Let's go to the
Nicole.
phones,
No,
Gary.
I can't.
Nicole is on the phone.
Was a man from Grass? No. Hi, Nicole.
Hey,
Hey, thanks for
how you
checking
guys
in.
doing?
Good. What's up today?
Well, I dug out my, I'm not going to swear, but I dug out my Carpe Huggin DM card, or cup to drink my coffee from today. So it's going to be a better day.
Okay, good. I know
A
you're
proper,
having.
the proper choice of mug can make all the difference.
I know
It
you were having
can,
you were
can.
having a rough day yesterday. I know. So today,
Yes, I was.
today
I
you
was.
will be
but
You're going to be all right, Nicole.
Carpe Huggin DM.
Okay.
all right. Same to you.
I'm with
Nicole,
you, Nicole.
we've got such a good potty break song planned for you.
Do
It's
you
gonna-
really?
Yes,
Oh,
it's going to
yeah.
make you very happy.
Yeah, it will. All right.
Okay, I think you guys are great. Thanks for making me laugh all the
Thanks,
time.
Nicole.
And Nicole,
welcome.
I know it's going to be hard to believe, but the potty break song is better than that Billy Squire song that we just
Oh,
played.
Shut
come
up.
on.
I know it's hard to believe,
God,
but there
Carrie.
it's coming.
How
It's
dare
coming
you.
at 9. All right.
Thanks,
The thing
Nicole.
that
Thanks.
made me laugh so hard was Bill was talking about the Leonard Skinner stuff. He said good riddance.
Yesterday, somebody stole the Leonard Skinner memorabilia. That's great.
All right.
All right.
Thanks, Nicole.
Okay,
See
thanks,
ya.
guys.
Bye-bye.
Let's go to Tyler. Hello, Tyler. Tyler, calling
Tyler.
from space.
Tyler.
Or train.
You got
Oh.
Tyler Batty here.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Tyler, we're
roll
having
up your.
Bill, Gina, Carrie. So Carrie and Gina, 25 years today. Is that right?
Yeah, Carrie and Gina,
Einstein
25
Bagels.
years.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
That's
that
awesome.
was
I
when-
love it.
that was when
I
we
didn't know
met.
that until you guys announced it. this
Yeah,
morning.
me and Gina, and we married shortly
you guys have been married
afterwards.
25 years.
And yeah, that's how-
Blissfully married.
I've enjoyed listening about your son, your veteran son, Gina.
Oh, thanks.
Yes, our son, who's in the Navy.
You two
Yeah.
aren't married.
No.
Well, you just said
stop.
that, Tyler. You just said that.
I'm old
I
Uncle
was just,
Bill, the confirmed bachelor.
I was just yes-anding, you know.
Yeah,
So
keep it going.
All right, Tyler.
See if you can try and pull another one on me.
All right,
Tyler.
Tyler, we'll see you later.
Thanks,
Bye.
Tyler. Bye-bye.
You're calling from the inside of a cement
man.
container thing that's going
Mixer.
on. Cement mixer. Nick is on the phone.
Hello,
Let's go
Nick.
to
What's up?
Hello, Nick.
Hey, how's it going, guys? It's your night guy, Nick.
Oh, Nick.
Oh,
at
this
night.
is Nick.
Nick's your
Nick
buddy.
Davis?
Nick Davis,
Nick,
7
there
to
you
midnight
go.
on
Nick's your buddy. Nick's your
X96.
pal.
Yeah.
What are you doing up
hit
so
it right.
early?
My school is off this week. I had finals last week, and video games has already kind of run its course. So I thought I'd help out and be one of the callers this morning.
Well, why do you think we need help?
I mean, you heard Tyler, who
was a
called to
great
congratulate Gina and I on our 25 years of marriage.
Congratulations! I had no idea. You guys should have
I
brought
know,
that up
right?
in a meeting the other day.
Nick,
Right.
Carrie and Gina are not married. I am,
Tyler
however, a
said-
confirmed bachelor.
Tyler was calling from inside of a dryer while it was going, and a little
Gotcha.
confused.
Yeah. So Nick, have you
Yeah.
got something to contribute to our show here this morning? You called in for a purpose?
Yeah. What's up? What are you guys doing on the show today?
Well, Nick, thanks for asking.
It's funny that you would ask that.
Well, we have in our next break. We have two big items. We've got Big Boy News and Opinioendo, and Things That Must Go.
Yeah.
That whole thing happens. No commercials. It's all just there. So isn't that
Damn.
nice?
It's a huge
Very
block
cool.
of entertainment. Huge block of entertainment right there
Yes.
for you.
And then, of course, round one of your boners comes up at 7:20. Along with
Right.
some news.
Oh,
and Dr. Cobble.
You know, I'm nominated for a boner
You are?
today. Yeah.
That's coming up.
Yeah.
It's your
And
chance to vote for
geez.
Bill.
In the first round, I'm nominated for a boner.
Then
That doesn't
Dr.
sound
Cobble.
very good.
Yeah, Dr. Cobble will be here at 7:45 to answer questions about the vaccine and about COVID and about masks and all of that stuff.
And we sort of stumble our way into another round of boner votings, but then right after that second round of boner votings, it's just really quick downhill from there. It's just nothing happens. So.
Oof, packed day.
You should listen to the whole show, Nick. You should stick around for the whole thing.
I just might. I've been up all night playing video games, so I'm kind of wired.
Okay, Nick.
Okay, Nick.
Okay.
Nick's your buddy. Nick's your pal. When you're on at night, Nick, I don't hear you because I'm asleep. Do you go by Nick at night or?
Oh, he hates Nick at night. He hates
Yeah,
that.
whatever the guy on who we pay to do all like the bumpers and stuff says, right? Yeah, I leave it up to him.
That's what he says.
Well, he usually says like snot-nosed kid and little twerp, all the fun ones. That,
Where would he
the
get
DJs
that?
like to
I
be
have
called.
never once seen you with snot in your nose. You need to learn how to comb your hair, but
That's true. It is allergy season though right now, so I'm a bit stuffed up.
okay.
I see. All right, Nick. Well, thanks for checking in with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All
right, Nick.
See you later.
Thank you.
See you guys.
Traffic, please, Gina.
Oh, let's see. We have a vehicle on fire, southbound I-15, milepost 314. That's Main Street in North Salt Lake. The right lane is being affected there. And that's the only thing UDOT's telling me about. What are you telling me about? You can text it to us if you see something, and I'll pass it along to friends of the program. Only if it's safe for you to do that, though. 33986. Honda is the most fuel-efficient automaker in America and most awarded of the last decade. See great offers every day at your UtahHondaDealers.com.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back with Big Boy News and Things That Must Go, all in the same break, right after these. Brent Scott Realty.
Yeah, I talked with Brent Scott a couple of weeks ago. Brent is with Realty Path, and he has been selling homes in Salt Lake and the surrounding areas for, I forget how many years, but he's just been at it and at it and at it. And he always says, don't rent, talk to Brent. And why does he say that? Well, because he has a proven track record of being able to sell people homes and find homes that they want. Now, it's like a feeding frenzy out there right now. People making all kinds of outrageous offers on homes, but Brent has the expertise and the experience to guide you through those shark-infested waters to the perfect home for you. Unlike a lot of agents, Brent has a license and degree in real estate from the University of Utah. He really knows the area. So don't rent. Talk to Brent. Call Brent Scott. The number is 1-877-BRENT-41. Don't rent. Talk to Brent.
So when is Seymour coming?
Well, he said he'd be here now. He says he's got some real good stuff for us, stuff that's going to make us some dough.
None of his ideas have panned out so far. You said hiring a personal manager to get us some outside projects would be a good thing.
I know.
You said that we'd start making some extra money.
I know.
Nothing so far, partner. Nil. Nothing. We haven't seen a dime.
Well, Seymour says we're too picky. Says we have to bend a little bit. That's got to be him. Come on in, Seymour.
Hey, that's pretty good. How did you know it was me?
Well, you said you'd be here at this time, and no one else ever visits us.
Yeah, and I could smell your Aqua Velva through the door.
Ah, powerful, ain't it? I love Aqua Velva.
So, Seymour, what kind of stuff have you got for us?
Well, first off, let me tell you, everybody wants a piece of your asses. Radio from Hell is hot right now. Hot! It's positively volcanic. Now, I can get you two volcanic gods a personal appearance fee to MC the grand opening of a new artificial limb store at a strip mall in downtown Nephi.
How much? How much money?
Well, no money. I got you trade for this one. You guys can take your pick of any partial orthopedic appliance you like. If you need full limbs, they want to charge you a little, like cost or something.
Well, I think I can speak for Bill when I say we pass.
Carrie, could we just put this one on hold? I need to speak with Aunt Esther and see if Uncle Clyde's hook is still busted.
All right, that's a maybe. I'll put this one on the maybe pile. Okay, here's the next offer. A big pharmaceutical concern in Santa Quinn.
Utah?
Yeah, Utah. This pharmaceutical company has a brand new hemorrhoid ointment, and they want you boys to be the spokesman. Now, before you say anything, just listen to some ad copy I was formulating in my head as I rode over here on the bus. Hi, we're Carrie and Bill, and being DJs, we spend most of the day sitting on our asses. Boy, do we know about hemorrhoids. Something, 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 vamp, vamp, vamp. So get rid of your hemorrhoids right away with Roid Away.
Roid Away?
Let me guess. No money for this one either? I think I speak for Bill when I say we will not endorse Roid Away for trade. Tell Roid Away to take their proposal and shove it up there.
No, hold on, Carrie. I've been kind of inflamed lately.
It's on the maybe pile. Here's the next deal. The mighty Morphin Hell Rangers. You two can morph from yourselves into these guys wearing tight leather outfits and football helmets.
Absolutely not. Look at Bill's gut. Do we want our fans to see that gut in tight leather? I think I speak for Bill when I say...
Wait, Carrie. Hey, Seymour, is it pink leather? I just love pink leather.
On the maybe pile. Finally this. You guys know them little Looney Tune Kids cartoons, Teeny Toons or whatever?
Yeah.
Very popular. Little Bobby? Huge. Muppet Babies? The biggest. Well, picture this. Carrie and Bill cartoons with the two of you as little baby DJs getting into all kinds of radio adventures at a grown-ups radio station. It's called Hell Babies. What do you say?
I want to turn this down, but before I do, let me ask Bill. What do you think?
Seymour, would only my cartoon wear a diaper, or could I get to really wear a diaper sometimes?
On the maybe pile.
Maybe pile. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
We got things that must go coming up in this break. But first, in this break, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by
Jiffy Lube Multicare. Get services on brakes, batteries, spark plugs, and more. Visit JiffyLubeUtah.com for services, locations, and special offers. Anywhere is possible with Jiffy Lube.
Well, I've been talking about the chicken shortage, and I just want to clear this thing up. There's a shortage of chicken. Let's clear it up right now as to why that is. It's because the roosters are not stepping up.
Uh-oh.
The roosters are just...
They're not performing? They're not producing? They're not...
Yeah, the cock of the walk isn't the cock of the walk anymore. They're just not doing it.
Well, you know who I blame? It's liberal Hollywood.
Yeah, sure, you bet.
It's emasculating to those roosters.
Apparently,
they don't know what they're supposed. They don't know their job. They don't know what they're supposed to do.
One of these days, they're going to outlaw the term rooster. You won't be able to use the term rooster without being hauled into AOC's gulag.
Tyson says that the roosters it uses for breeding are not. They try to put it delicately because they don't want to. They don't want to embarrass the rooster. But they say the roosters that we've been using for breeding are not meeting expectations.
Well, it sounds like you need to rotate the roosters out.
So when your wife says that to you, Bill, you're in the bedroom. You're really not meeting expectations.
That's because the water they've been feeding these roosters is turning frogs gay.
Tragedy.
This whole thing has been a lecture from liberal Hollywood.
Tragedy.
Oh,
he was one of a kind. He was an original. He will be missed, and if he was on your Deadpool, you would be getting negative points.
Oh.
Norman Lloyd has died.
Lloyd.
He was 106 years old. I remember him mostly from St. Elsewhere.
He was old in the 80s.
Kindly doctor on St. Elsewhere. He had a huge career, though. His very first film, he worked with Alfred Hitchcock in 1942. He was nominated for an Emmy. He was a veteran producer, director. His career ranged from he was in part of Orson Welles' Mercury Theater group.
Mm-hmm.
He acted with Charlie Chaplin in Limelight. He was in Dead Poets Society, The Practice. He died May 10th in his sleep in Los Angeles at the age of 106.
106.
And Tom Cruise is trying to set the record straight on that tirade where he was screaming at the crew of Mission Impossible 7. Mm-hmm. We played some of that at the time. It was somebody had recorded him just going off on the crew, yelling at them
about masks, right?
Yeah, about COVID protocols and things like that. And he was just brutal and screaming and swearing. He's put the record straight. Here's what he says. I said what I said. There was a lot at stake at that point, but it wasn't my entire crew. Here's his justification. I had the crew leave the set. It was just some select people that I said this to. Okay. That's such BS.
Yeah.
That is, so I controlled my rage and said to some of the crew, you all ought to leave. And then, come on, Tom. He can't admit to anything without him being in total control.
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole bunch of stuff. Seth Rogen has said a bunch of stuff when he was palling around with Tom Cruise about what a weirdo he truly is. Let's move on to more serious matters. The people who live in Mantua, Utah. Now, the town was nominated for a boner yesterday because they hired a new police chief, and it was a guy, a police officer who'd been let go for any number of reasons from West Jordan, I think it was. He's had a number of infractions as a police officer. So who better to hire for your police officer or your chief of police than a guy like that? Well, There's the chief. Residents are learning about his past as an officer in West Jordan, and they're not happy. The residents of Mandaway, to an outsider looking in, Mandaway would appear to be just a beautiful little town.
Oh, it is.
But not everyone would agree. Tensions are very high in town right now, said Denise Hardy. She is a resident of Mandaway and co-owns the only restaurant in town. Why are tensions high? Well, because they hired this cop, and now people are worried that he's not the right person for the job. And I think you'll see further shakeups in the Mandaway city police, not only in the elected offices, but in the police department. Well, Spencer Cox went virtual face-to-face with President Biden yesterday. Governor Cox promoted Utah's vaccination successes and made a request of the federal government. The governor appeared with 5 of his colleagues in sharing what they're doing to get people vaccinated in a meeting that was streamed online by the White House. It's very important to be flexible and adaptable, said Spencer Cox. What was working a month ago isn't necessarily going to work today. Biden asked Governor Cox what he has been doing to get vaccination-hesitant people to get the shot. He said, well, we often talk about the vaccine-hesitant population as one big group, but it's really much more than that. We've moved from what we call vaccine-ecstatic and the vaccine-excited phase, and we're now in the vaccine-busy or the vaccine-curious phase. These aren't people who refuse to get it. They just haven't gotten around to it, and I think we have to approach all of these groups with a little bit different approach. So he made some sense there, I think. But then, on the same day, Governor Cox has signed a letter, along with a bunch of other governors, condemning Joe Biden. It's all his fault what's happening at the border right now. He joined 18 other Republican governors in signing a joint letter blaming President Biden's administration for the crisis at the southern border and calling for immediate action to address it.
The crisis that's been there for years?
Seasonal?
Yeah. The cause of the border crisis, the Republican governors wrote, is entirely due to reckless federal policy reversals executed within the Biden first 100 days in office. And they say the president's politics have led to the inhumane treatment of tens of thousands of children and undermined a fragile immigration system. So,
and he does this to remind the GOP that he's still conservative because they accuse him of not being conservative enough.
Yeah.
So he does these sort of things to the big bully telling that kid, go pick on that other kid to prove that you're one of us.
Yeah. Well, I think everybody, if you watched any of Rand Paul and Dr. Anthony Fauci yesterday,
I can't watch it.
I think that you will understand. Now, you remember a couple of years ago, Rand Paul's neighbor, he and his neighbor got into a fight. Now, it was characterized. Nobody ever said what it was about, and it was.
It was about mowing the lawn.
Oh, it was about mowing lawn. That's right.
Something important.
But they didn't. But it was not characterized as, well, they were both fighting, or they were. I think what happened was the neighbor beat Rand Paul up. I think we can all understand why the neighbor did that. If we watch. I don't condone violence of any kind.
Well, my favorite tweet was Dr. Fauci is Rand Paul's neighbor right now.
Yeah, we're all Rand Paul's neighbor.
Yes.
I think we would all like to.
And poor Dr. Fauci tries to be calm and rational. And I've explained this several times. I don't know why you keep asking the same question. I keep answering the same question. I don't know how many other ways I can say this. He's very calm.
And then U.S. Senator Ted Cruz yesterday had a testy exchange over two of President Biden's picks for key Justice Department positions. During a hearing on gun violence, the Republican lawmaker from Texas was detailing his opposition to Vanita Gupta and Kristen Clark, two women of color with extensive civil rights experience. And then Cruz went on to mischaracterize who they were and what they believed
They
in.
want to get rid of police, both of them. No,
They want
they
to defund
don't.
them. They've never said that, nothing like that. But he went on and on and on, with, painting them to be the villains, and they are not. And then, when he was done, one of his Democratic colleagues said, I really think we should set the record straight here. What Ted Cruz has been talking about has been a complete distortion, at which point Ted Cruz gets up and walks out of the hearing.
Because he got his talking points out, he met his requirement for the day from, all the right-wing think tanks, and so he could leave. He's not interested in being a politician or doing work. He wants to be a star.
Yep.
And then finally this, one last story here.
Yes.
A football fish, it's called, has washed up on shore in California, and it is about the ugliest thing you will ever see.
Yep.
It could only be loved by another football fish. It's shaped kind of like a football, and it has a mouthful of hideous teeth, and then this big claw thing that apparently waves around on top of its head to attract prey.
Now, is that a light or a claw? I think I've seen fish like that in
It's
in
kind
books.
of a...
And they have
It's
one of them
like
has
a lure. Yeah.
It's like a light
Yeah.
or a lure out in front of it to attracts fish, so they
Yeah, it wiggles a lot so that the other fish will come up, and this thing is just awful looking. So if you get a chance to see it today, please do. All right, that's it.
Weather traffic, sports weather traffic.
Just quickly, and I'll need your assistance here, Carrie. The Salt Lake Bees lost to the Reno Aces last night. Yeah, 12-5, 12-5, 12-5.
Whoa,
Yeah,
Bees.
yeah. They play again tomorrow against Tacoma. That game is at 6:30. The Jazz are home tonight to the Portland Trailblazers. No Donovan Mitchell again. He's probably not going to come back until the playoffs. We've had the same injury, me and Donovan, the severe sprain. So I
think Mr. Mitchell needs to get back on the Jazz bandwagon. That's what I think.
Weather is just lovely today. High of 73, sunny, absolutely wonderful. Worth paying for, wouldn't you say, Carrie? Somebody should pay for this weather.
I would say, yes. Weather brought to you by Scott Hale. During the month of May, get a professional AC or furnace tune-up for only $29 with Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Call 801-264-HALE.
Let's see. Traffic, we've got a vehicle on fire southbound I-15 approaching I-215 North Interchange. The right lane and shoulder are blocked. Traffic needs to move to the left. That's from UDOT, and you haven't sent me anything via text, but if you see something, you can always send it in if it's safe for you to do that. 33986.
All right. Things that must go now, brought to you by
Sparkfish is every Utah deal shopper's best-kept secret. They beat any advertised price by 10%. Enter to win a new Camp Chef pellet smoker grill at Sparkfish in Lehigh.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
These are things that are really bugging you, our dear friends of the program, and you need to get it off your chest. So you put it down in an email and send it to us, radiofromhell@x96.com. Put "must go" in the subject line, and if we read it on the air, maybe it'll make you feel better, and maybe these things will disappear from your life. You can be anonymous too, all right? Just bear that in mind. And as a matter of fact, I'll start. I've got one of my own, by the way. It is. I've had occasion to visit many different doctors' offices recently, in the last couple of months. We won't go into all of that, but why is it that many, many, many of the receptionists at the doctor's offices wear their mask under their nose?
Oh,
many?
God.
Many?
Many?
Yeah. In doctor's offices.
Yeah.
I don't, and sometimes they're not wearing it at all. It's pulled down under their chin. That must go. I don't get it. This one says, "Good morning, you rays of sunshine who make my mornings awesome. Please don't use my name. I'm a therapist, and something that must go is when I have a patient come into my office and complain that they can't get over their ex. It's usually for two reasons. One, They still stalk their ex on all things social media and refuse to block them to avoid temptation. Or 2, their ex contacts them or friends them on all things social media and tries to reach out to them again, still refusing to block them because it's not nice. If you are done with it, be done with it. Let that stuff go. Breakups suck. Yes, we know that. Let's work together to move on. Don't come back to my office telling me how you had a text fight with your ex through social media. Also, you do not have to respond.
No.
I'm doing fine now, though I was in a really dark place a few weeks ago. I didn't want to die, but I wasn't excited about living. I have a few physical health problems and bipolar disorder, and when somebody asked me how I'm doing, and I mentioned, well, we're trying a new med, and they asked, will it help you lose weight?
Oh, jeez. Who would say such a thing?
That's not my concern. I just hope it will help me want to live and be excited about life again. Yes, I have a few extra pounds on me. I'm not obese. Why is my weight your main concern? Are you going to ask your doctor for this medication you don't need because you want to lose weight? This makes me want to rip into you and tell you how insensitive it is on so many levels. Also, kids who have been getting ready for school for more than 5 years and act surprised at nearly every day how this routine works. 5 years, and yes, you still have to shower. Yes, you brush your teeth. And then this one quickly. This is why I have a sign over my car, or on my car. Warning, I do not have time for stupid people. In a store in Moab, when a woman in line is told, masks are required in the store, ma'am, she responds, I don't understand why you're pushing so hard about that. The woman in line in front of her turns around and loudly says, because people are dying.
Good for her.
Gina?
This from Please Don't Use My Name. My must go is this. When I come into work at the hospital for my shift, and I have inherited an S show when I get there, inevitably I get the high-maintenance woman. She and her husband will raise hell if they are not waited on constantly like I'm their personal servant and they're my only patient. I know your surgical site is kinda itchy and you're sore, but otherwise you're stable and you can totally go home. I will address all of your needs based on priority and discharge you as soon as I can. However, I have 2 impending admins coming in the next half hour, a patient who needs a transfer to ICU now before their heart explodes, and 1 do not resuscitate patient who's actively dying and needs someone to contact their family, and another who's vomiting from an anesthesia hangover. I understand that you need to get home ASAP before your not potty-trained labradoodle pisses all over your couches, but I assure you that your lack of doggy sitting planning and preparation is not my priority.
Wow.
Honestly, the more you and your husband yell at me and threaten me and treat me like garbage, the harder I'm going to cheer for your precious fur baby to just go to town on your couch. I love you all. Thank you for everything. All the best. Then another, please don't use my name. I work with an employee who made a mistake at work, and she referred to it as, quote, doing a George Floyd. It made me feel ill when I heard this.
The hell?
And it must go.
Wow.
Carrie?
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm stunned by that one.
Yeah.
The first one that must go is a personal one from here on Mount Doom. Hey, CNN, get your closed captioning crap together. I'm not talking about your live news. I'm talking about your pre-prepared shows. You know, the history of late-night TV.
Oh, yeah,
and
it's
that
a little weird, isn't
and
it?
that Marvin Gaye documentary that I watched. Your closed captioning is not even close. You're using that program that catches the audio and then translates it. And it's always late, and it's always incomplete. So on your pre-prepared shows, pay the extra $1 to have somebody do it by hand, okay? Because that's the only way this is going to work. Anyway, all right. Let's see. This one from, please don't use my name. I got laid off in February. My list of things that must go related to searching for a job. 1, stop ghosting applicants. At the very least, send a grossly generic email that says you went in another direction, or better yet, thanks for applying. The job has been filled. Don't leave us hanging for weeks. Hell, I'm still waiting on a job I applied for 6 years ago to let me know if I got it. Pretty sure I didn't. Also, why require an applicant to provide references as a requirement just to apply for the job? I don't want to give out the people's info for no reason, and certainly not if you're not going to come close to offering me the job. Let's see. Stop using cliches. I don't want to read another description where they are looking for a fast learner, team player with an amazing work ethic who thrives on being a critical thinker and is a problem solver with excellent skills who is passionate about being part of the tight-knit world-class group of like-minded individuals in a value-based culture where growth opportunities are endless.
That sounds like me.
And finally, this one from Felix. Please excuse my rant. At this point, people against masks in any way, like Tucker Carlson and his sycophants, they need to go. To these people, I have a message. Many won't tell you, but they really think it. I will tell you. You are a bad person, period. It doesn't matter how charitable you are, or how much service you do, or if you're shoveling your neighbor's driveway, or if you're a veteran, or if you let other drivers in during rush hour. You are a bad person. You are so selfish that you are incapable of loving your country. You may claim it's your choice and it infringes on your personal freedoms. This excuse is as flimsy as your honor. If personal freedoms were the real reason, you'd be just as outraged by other government requirements that also infringe on your freedoms. And since you're not outraged, we can see your argument as fake patriotism. When humanity came calling, you cowered in fear behind a fraudulent banner of oppression. I'm embarrassed to breathe the same air as you. If you were in power, you would all be. If I were in power, you would all be sterilized. Since I highly doubt this will make it on the air, I appreciate you letting me get this out to a person instead of yelling it into the void. Felix.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
Traffic, Gina, please.
Vehicle on fire southbound I-15 approaching the I-215 North interchange. The right lane and shoulder are blocked. Traffic needs to move to the left to get by through that area. Let's see. Increased traffic expected. This is a more heads up, Bill. I know you like to go to the Gray Cliff Lodge for lunch.
Yeah. Well, I want the trout.
The trout.
That bridge work in Ogden Canyon is still going on and causing some significant slowage there in Ogden Canyon.
Okay.
So be aware of that. And let's see. Crash eastbound I-80, milepost 99 in Tooele. Move to the left in order to get by that. And if you see something, you can text us. It's helpful when you do that. 33986. I'm sorry. Let's see. I thought I had a sponsor here, but maybe I don't. So go ahead, Carrie.
All right. So we got round one of your boners coming up. Stand by for that, along with Big Boy News and a Pinuendo. Manscaped.com. They got a new trimmer.
Yeah, get yourself groomed below the waist, gentlemen. And here's some of the steps to do that. Step one, you use the Manscaped Crop Exfoliator. This helps prevent nasty ingrown hairs in your sensitive areas. Number two, use the Crop Gel, so you can see where you're shaving with a unique shaving gel just for that area of your body. And then when it's time to shave, the Crop Shaver is a beautiful shaver. Now, this isn't the electric one that they have. This is a shaver, okay? Designed for shaving your delicate areas with confidence. So you can get 20% off and free shipping on a package of that when you use the code X96 at manscaped.com. You can get those products, 20% off, free shipping. Use the code manscaped.com.
The Workday.
The lightning round of Ask a Bullfighter.
You could still get in a phone question if you want, 801-359-9696 or 877-602-9696. But we have a lot of text questions. How about your health insurance, Ammon? They must be some. There must be some restrictions, or you have to have.
You must be risky.
You have to have special health insurance, or what?
I don't. It probably would be a good idea if you were.
You've had
Dang, that's a
injuries?
good idea.
Just thinking about this, are you? All right.
Hey,
Wait a minute.
why didn't I think of that? So what do you? I mean, has your health insurance covered you so far?
Yeah, on the cases where I've needed to go, a lot of the injuries are, you're just going to be sore. You can't really do much for it.
Cinch you up. We just cinch you up on the kitchen table. Yeah,
Until that big brain injury comes around, then you're going to
Yeah.
wish you had it. Let's see. Text question. This is not me, of course. I want to ride a bull once before I die. How would I go about doing this?
Good. Well, that's
his bucket list, I guess.
Yeah, it's probably easier than a lot of people think.
Make it the last item on your bucket list.
And finally,
actually, the Broken Heart Rodeo Company has practice where they buck out some of their younger animals just to see how well they'll perform. And I'm not sure if he's still doing it, but usually it's every Wednesday night in Ogden at the Golden Spike Arena.
you just show up and
Yeah, like there's kids from high school that come and get on, or guys from college that just haven't been riding for a while that want to get back in.
You have to pay a little fee to do it.
Yeah, I think it's like $20, and usually there's enough guys there that have the equipment that if somebody, I've been there before when people have shown up that have never been on an animal before.
I don't have my own rigging.
Yeah, they help them do it. So
Listen to you.
that would be a good. And I know on the website, on the Golden Spike Arena website, there's a calendar, and it'll list on the days that they have practice.
All right. Let's see. How many bones have you broken? Pretty standard question.
Probably 5.
5? What was the most painful one? No, no pelvis, I hope.
No, my pelvis is functioning great.
That's good to hear.
It's good news for your fiance there too.
My worst injury is probably my ankle when I broke it and
All right.
dislocated it.
Have you ever seen a rider or bullfighter lose their life?
I have not.
That has not happened. Okay.
Not where I've been. Thank goodness.
Let's see.
Do you have to be a big guy to be a bullfighter?
Yeah, I would think because you're over 6 feet, I would think you'd want to be a little guy, like a smaller target.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I'm big or not, but this is my size, and the guy I work with is the guy that I fight bulls with. He's about my same size, and I kind of think of it as there's more cushion for the pushing, or I can take more of a hit. And so maybe if I was a little smaller, maybe if I was smaller, I'd break more bones because I got some padding. I don't know, but
And let's see. Growing up in Franklin, Idaho, where there was nothing to do, have you ever gone cow tipping?
No, I actually we tried one time to see how close we could get, but they weren't really sleeping. So.
Well, you got to make sure.
Isn't that just a myth?
I kind of think it is.
You can't push a cow over when they're asleep.
Gina,
I'm going to look it up.
That's bull.
Look it up.
That's bull is what that is.
Let's see. It's 7:07 right now. We got round one of your boners coming up.
Gina, you keep mentioning Grey Cliff Lodge in the traffic,
Uh-huh.
and then you sort of mention every once in a while cinnamon chicken.
Uh-huh.
I'm looking on the menu. There's no cinnamon chicken that I.
That's
can
not what they call it. You're going to make me look. I
they-
drove by Grey Cliff Lodge just yesterday, by the way.
It's in
I was
Ogden Canyon.
Yeah, I was in the middle of Ogden Canyon experiencing the slowdowns from the bridge work that they're doing.
Now, I'm amazed that it's still open. I did ads for Grey Cliff Lodge for years when I first got into radio. Grey Cliff Lodge for fine food and romance.
Now, it's just their crispy deep fried chicken, but they use cinnamon in their
Well, it doesn't say that.
coating. Well, you'd know it if you went there and ate it.
Well, then I would go, what the hell is there cinnamon in my fried chicken for?
It's delicious.
And they'd look at you and go, shh, that's our secret.
It's their house specialty. It says right there.
Yeah, but it doesn't say anything about cinnamon. So you order that, and you expect to get crispy deep fried chicken. That's what you expect. And then you take a bite of it, and there's cinnamon in it.
Have you ever had cinnamon chicken? Fried chicken with cinnamon in it?
I don't
It's
think
delicious.
so, and I'm not adverse to it, and I'm not adverse to trying it. But it should be disclosed. That's all I'm saying.
I have a severe cinnamon allergy.
Listen, what is the cinnamon in my chicken? Well, we don't like to put it on the menu because then people won't order it.
What were you driving by the Grey Cliff for?
Well, because I had to go up to the tree farm to check on the traps.
So you're trapping trees?
This is your day now, I see.
Well, so you remember last week I told you that there was evidence of a mouse in the farmhouse.
Yeah.
Poop.
And
Mouse
poop. Mohammed created a mouse trap that was successful. It trapped 2 mice. That mouse trap.
It was the 5-gallon bucket mouse trap you've probably seen on YouTube.
Yeah, you can see that on my Facebook page. I posted a video of it.
He
But I
technically
wanna
didn't
make-
create it. He looked at it and built one.
Yeah. But I want to make sure that they're gone. So we didn't reset the bucket trap. We just reset some regular traps around. Now, then the week before when we had tried this, the mouse was smart and he would steal the food off the trap and run away. So we knew he was still around.
Did you have video of that?
No, because the food was gone out of the trap, but it wasn't. But
Could have been a neighbor kid.
Neighbor kid.
I'm going to come in and eat.
I gotta heard it's peanut butter.
You don't know that it was a mouse.
So I went up there yesterday to see if there was still traps with food on them, and I am happy to report
Yeah?
all 4 traps that Joe set with a little bit of peanut butter on them were completely set, including the peanut butter, which tells me that our mouse problem has been taken care of.
Or that neighbor kid had to go back to school.
And I'm so excited. I saw no droppings.
So you're pretty sure that there were only 2 mice in the entire place.
Yes.
And you'll never hear from
that's
them again.
Exactly. This is the last we'll have to deal with it.
Did either of them leave a note?
The mice?
Yeah.
Two things.
Okay.
Did you turn off the Wi-Fi so the surviving mice can't warn the others using their social media? That was Sue's. That was Sue's question. My question's much more reasonable. Why are they sending you to check on the traps? We know you're not going to empty them and reset them.
No.
Then why are we sending you?
Well, it's not that I'm being sent. It's that I'm obsessed with this, and I can't have. I'm like your wife, Carrie. I can't handle the thought of a mouse near me anywhere, and
She'll
I
burn
need
this
to
place
know.
down.
Now,
I
Gina,
need to know it's been eradicated. I need to see it with my own eyes.
I want you to think of the thing of what you're doing here. It's a Christmas tree farm.
Yeah.
And I want you to think of the wonderful holiday classic, The Nutcracker.
Okay.
And all of the little mice that live under the giant Christmas tree in The Nutcracker. You are destroying a Christmas dream by killing these mice.
I don't know. Seems fair to me. Those mice have swords and stuff.
Yeah, they're dangerous.
I'm surprised you didn't employ a nutcracker.
That's what we'll try next.
Slather it with peanut butter, and yeah.
Well, I'm glad you feel assured that you don't. So you're not going to have to go up there and check on it every day now.
No, I think because I feel confident. Now, I left the traps there. I didn't pick them up. So when we go back up this weekend, we'll, check it again. But if it's a whole week gone by and nothing's been touched, I think we're safe.
Okay.
Fingers crossed.
All right.
Or I'll have to burn it down.
Or burn it down. All right. Traffic, please.
A friend of the program says, free traffic cone in the middle of I-15 southbound before the 45th South exit. Thank you for that. Also, another friend of the program letting us know that shout out to the Highway Patrol who was on the side of the road in Bountiful at 2600 South herding a mama and her baby geese off the freeway. Thank you, officer, for doing that. Those all came in via text at 33986, which is where you can send something if you see it, and I will pass it along. Crash eastbound I-80 where SR36 meets Lake Point. Cars are on the left shoulder, causing a little slowage in that area. And what do you see? You can send it in, like I said, 33986. Young Automotive Group has a huge selection of new vehicle brands and over 1,000 pre-owned vehicles. You'll find the vehicle you want at a price you can afford. Visit any Young Automotive dealership or browse online at youngautomotive.com.
Boner's round one coming up. Here are the candidates you will consider. Boner candidate number one, oh, Van, why such a crank? Boner candidate number two, a totally new way to make spaghetti. And Boner candidate number three, I am a Boner nominee for inaccurate reporting.
All right, Boner's round one, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. RanLife.com.
So it's really interesting.
The real estate game now more than ever. You need a professional.
Well, this is a mortgage company that can help you refinance your current mortgage or get a mortgage for your new home. And you can pick the mortgage company you want. You deal with a real estate agent for looking for the home and all of that, but you can tell the real estate agent, I want to deal with Ran Life as my company for my mortgage. Now, I've refinanced with Ran Life a couple of times and saved money both times doing it. It's just fascinating to me that housing prices are continuing to rise and interest rates are still remaining low. If you have a mortgage that's 5 years old or 6 years old, you really should check with Ran Life to see if you can get a lower rate. The phone number is 801-478-4500, or you can contact them on the web, ranlife.com.
The new X9.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! We join our elders as they pursue leads given them by Zone Leader Hansen. This episode finds elders Christiansen and Jensen trying to catch up to a rather well-known starship.
Captain, scanners show 2 small one-man craft closing fast.
Captain, they're hailing us.
Analysis, Mr. Spock.
Readings coming in now, sir. 2 single-occupant warp-capable 10-speed bikes.
Spock, enough with the details. Who are they?
There is a 99.7% probability they are LDS missionaries.
Mr. Sulu, go to red alert. Evasive maneuvers. Arm photon torpedoes.
Aye, Captain.
No good, Captain. They're still closing in on us.
Mr. Sulu, ready phasers.
Phasers ready, sir.
Damn it, Tim. Don't you think that Starfleet would disapprove of you blasting away at unarmed missionaries?
As much as I hate to agree with the so-called doctor, I believe his logic is sound on this matter.
Oh, bite me, you pointy-eared half-breed.
Bones, that's enough. Report, Mr. Sulu.
While you and the others were bickering about our strategy, we were boarded by the missionaries.
Mr. Sulu, where are they now?
Turbo lift number 7 en route to the bridge.
Hi, my name is Elder Christiansen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
We're here to ask you if you've ever heard of our church, and if so, would you like to know more?
Spock, what does the computer have on these Mormons?
Fascinating, Captain. Church founded in the 19th century, has grown steadily since, preach a belief system involving an eternal afterlife, and encourage their members to abstain from drugs, including caffeine, gambling, and sex outside of marriage.
Elder Christiansen, is this accurate?
Yep, the pointy-eared half-breed is fairly accurate.
No sex outside of marriage. My God, how barbaric. We wouldn't be able to fill an entire hour of TV time if I didn't stop to have sex with green, large-breasted women with blue hair every week.
It would cause some difficulties for the riders, Captain.
Spock, see if you can sneak around behind them and use the Vulcan nerve pinch on them.
Excuse me, elders, but you seem to have some lint on the shoulders of your dark suits. Let me be of assistance.
Quick, put them on their bikes and beam them into deep space.
Could this be the end of our elders? Would Starfleet really frown upon firing photon torpedoes at missionaries? Why was Dr. McCoy always hanging out on the bridge when he should have been in sickbay? Find out the answers to these and other questions on the next nerve-pinching episode of Space Elders!
Let's get to it. Round one of your boners. Presenting to you now 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Winning here does not make it boner of the day yet. It'll have to go up against the winner of round 2's voting. What? Yes, at 8:20, we do this again with 3 more candidates, so we get another winner there. Then we take both of the winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. What? Yes, that's when we decide boner of the day between those 2 champions. So you got your work cut out for you. Just sit back and get comfortable because this is going to take a bit. So here we go. Round 1. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive
a Parker Anderson's BYU TV prize pack. Family relationships are complicated, especially with a mixed-race, newly blended family. Check out the new hit series, The Parker Andersons and Amelia Parker, 2 shows, 1 family, stream now on the BYU TV app.
Boner candidate number 1. Oh, Van. Why such a crank? Van Morrison.
Oh, God.
He has just done some amazing work as a singer.
Mm-hmm.
His album Into the Mystic
Mhm.
is considered by many people to be one of the greatest records of all time. You know him from Moondance, and he's just a great singer. But now he's descended into alt-right weirdness. His new album, it's a double album. It's called Latest Record Project Volume 1. It spans over 2 hours and consists of a series of bizarre rants, blues numbers that criticize millennial culture, Facebook.
You don't like the blues?
Yeah,
Like the
the
blues
mainstream
is
media,
good to do.
psychiatrists, judges with no apparent irony, people, and he also complains about people who bitch, like Van Morrison does. While the singer-songwriter became famous for his soulful songs like Into the Mystic, Brown-Eyed Girl, he now apparently wears a tinfoil hat.
Will anybody buy this? Will anybody listen to 2 hours of that?
I'm tempted to listen to some of it. I'd like to hear a blues rant about millennials, just to see. I'm not telling people what to do or think, he says. The government is doing a great job of that already. It's about freedom of choice. I believe people should have the right to think for themselves. There are song titles like They Control Everything You Do, Plan to Start Meeting in the Forest.
Oh, Van.
Mind control.
Plan to
Mind
start
control
meeting in
keeps
the
us in.
forest.
Mind control keeps us in line.
This is a joke. This isn't
No.
real.
No, mainstream media junk. Why are you on Facebook? Used
Well,
by the
I agree with
media.
him on that one.
No. 4 judges screwed me over.
This is
What?
not real. I still don't
this
believe
is
this is
an
real.
onion story. These are too
No.
good.
I'm pretty sure this is real. For instance, the song, the lyrics to They Control Everything You Do. They tell us that ignorance is bliss. I guess for those that control the media, it is. They own the media. They control the stories that we are told. Believe it all, and you'll never get wise to the truth.
So
they
Van is officially your crazy great uncle, and definitely a get off my lawn guy.
Worse.
Yeah.
Worse.
So I mean, the whole blaming millennials for everything. That is such an old person argument. It's just
it's so sad. Oh, Van, why such a crank? Boner candidate number 1.
Wow.
Here's boner candidate number 2. I saw this yesterday, and I didn't think about it. I mean, I saw it, and I went, ooh, yeah. And then I saw it in the news today. A new way to make spaghetti. A recipe described as the ultimate spaghetti hack has ripped through Twitter in a video because it's just so bizarre. The video in question shows a woman pouring 2 entire jars of cold Prego spaghetti sauce directly onto a white countertop, followed by a giant line of meatballs, a mountain of Parmesan, and huge stacks of pre-cooked spaghetti. And then she mixes it all up and says, then people just come and scoop it up off the counter onto their plates and eat it.
No, they don't.
Nobody wants this.
First of
Nobody
all,
wants-
if she's serious, you're right. Nobody wants this. I half suspect that this is just an attempt to get on TikTok and get views.
Yeah, that's my suspicion as well.
And if that's the case, or if it's the case that she's really doing it, if either one, it's a boner for sure. Boner candidate number 2, a new way to make spaghetti. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, I am a boner nominee for inaccurate reporting.
All right, so we've got boner candidate number 3 for round 1 happening after this big boy news and opinionuendo. Don't forget, though, coming up in about 15, 20 minutes from now, Dr. Cobble. He's our resident doctor. who is here to answer your questions about the vaccine and about COVID, about the whole situation. He's full of information and facts. I know that's a surprise for you folks who get your news on Facebook. It's contradictory, but it's the truth, and he has it for you coming up. Be ready to call in and ask him questions in about 20 minutes, all right? So we got candidate number 3 for round 1 after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Stop by your locally owned and operated Big O Tires. Save up to $150 off Big O brand tires now through May 31st. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
All right.
Oh, this just came in here. First story in the news. House Republicans have voted to oust Liz Cheney from her leadership post. Way to go.
Which is all you need to know about the GQP right now.
Liz Cheney is about as conservative a person as you can be.
Yes.
Conservative Republican from Wyoming, but she recognizes a lie when she sees it, and she recognizes the downfall of the Republican Party. That is, those who continue to hitch their train to Donald Trump. But they're going to have none of it. They voted her out.
They don't vote out Matt Gaetz, who, is
or Jim
charged with
Jordan.
sex trafficking
or Jim Jordan. Or
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah, or Nazi Barbie. Or
Lauren Boebert. Okay, good luck, Republicans. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez didn't just rekindle their romance within the last 2 weeks. Instead, it's been building since February when Ben apparently started flooding her with emails while she was filming in the Dominican Republic. Ben and J-Lo, they were very close at one time.
They were Benifer.
Yeah. And now it looks like they are back together.
Did anybody tell either of them that it's okay to be single for a few months? Do they know that?
Apparently not. But, one of Ben Affleck's closest pals is Matt Damon.
Are they?
Matt Damon.
And Matt Damon. And they've been friends forever. They did a lot of projects together. They've been friends since childhood. And when he was told that Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez perhaps have reconciled, he said, well, that'd be awesome.
What do you think about that, Will?
Well, that'd
now,
be
you're
awesome.
saying it like that, Bill. You don't know. He could have said it like, well, that'd be awesome.
There's not enough liquor in the world for you to get me to say something about it negative, Jay Damon said.
Did he say that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. In other words, I got no comment other than, hey, whatever.
I was sitting here waiting to come on TV. Damon said, this is the first time I've heard about it, that they're back together. I heard you guys talking about it while I was waiting to come on. What do you think? Said one of the hosts, and he said, well, it's a fascinating story. I hope it's true. I hope it's true. It would be.
Well, he's your friend. You got your phone's in your hand right now. You could text him right now, and we could clear this all up right now, Matt Damon.
Well, I'll talk to him at some point.
Okay.
But I just want to say right now on the record that it would be awesome. So to vaccinate younger people.
Yes.
States and cities are looking to schools, to camps, even perhaps vaccinating young kids at the beach, which I don't think is a great idea. You get sand in that injection site. That's going to... the FDA's authorization of Pfizer's COVID shot for 12 to 15-year-olds is a milestone in battling the coronavirus, but actually getting them vaccinated is, it presents a challenge. I think you'll have to go to where they hang out. That's what they're saying. The pool halls, places like that.
Pool halls.
Yes. The malt shops. You go to the malt shops where the kids hang out. The race is on to vaccinate the nation's nearly 17 million 12 to 15-year-olds against COVID-19. Here in Utah, was the figure is, I think it was 30% of the population is in Utah is 12 to 15 or 16 years old.
We have a very young population, and I know Katie's not in the studio right now, but I know we're going to have someone on to help navigate this, because I saw a story yesterday that people were showing up at vaccination sites with their kids 12 to 15 saying, "Okay, we're here to get vaccinated," and they're like, no, we're not doing it yet. So
yeah, some states have already started doing it. They just said, "Okay, we'll do it," and they went ahead with it. But here in Utah, it's probably gonna be the weekend before.
What day do we have that, Katie? Are we going to have someone on to talk about that?
I'm still working on confirmation.
Okay.
Well, and they're meeting today to discuss it, and it'll probably be approved today. But even then, there's some sort of rollout that has to happen.
The CDC, the Centers for Disease Control, said it was okay. Now the FDA, or maybe I've got it vice versa. But there's another committee that's going to meet today to discuss it, but they'll say it's okay too. So, the Utah Department of Health's COVID-19 report for Tuesday showed an increase of 224 confirmed cases, bringing the state's total to 400,783 and 11 additional deaths. All right. The Utah Attorney General has ruled that the use of force in Cottonwood Heights clash between the police and protesters was justified. There was a months-long investigation. The AG said that everything that they reviewed showed that the police were well within their parameters and the force that they used. The protesters were there in Cottonwood Heights over the death of one Zane James. The AG's office said, "We did not observe any police officers act in any obviously excessive or punitive manner. Specific allegations against police that we are aware of, such as arrestees being needlessly slammed to the ground, are unfounded. Allegations of officers beating a restrained prisoner are untrue, and the evidence of such is seen in the reviewing." So we looked at the accuser's own phone video, and there was no evidence that he was thrown to the ground or she was thrown to the ground and beaten. In a rebuke to the NRA, the National Rifle Association, a federal judge has dismissed bankruptcy. They tried to file for bankruptcy, which would have halted the New York District's investigation into the finances of the NRA. They wanted to evade this legal challenge that's been mounted by New York regulators, but a federal judge said, your bankruptcy is bogus. You have plenty of money. This is ridiculous. The ruling was a victory for Letitia James, the New York Attorney General, whose office is seeking to remove Wayne LaPierre as president and shut down the gun rights group and a long-running corruption investigation.
And if you're a member of the NRA, you should be for this, because Wayne LaPierre has been stealing your money.
Slush funding it.
Oh, no. Those $250,000 Italian suits are needed for work.
Yeah.
That trip to the
stealing
Bahamas.
your money.
That trip to the Bahamas was for security. You know.
You know that tiger that was loose in Houston? Still on the loose.
Good luck.
It is a big cat, and there is some footage of it wandering the streets of suburban Houston, and people say they're terrified.
Well, they should be.
They have been unable to locate and capture the animal as of this moment.
And why he was allowed to have a tiger as a pet is the big question.
Freedom.
It's legal.
My freedoms, yeah.
It's
my freedoms.
legal.
Yeah.
So that's about it, except if you find dryer sheets in your mailbox,
Yes.
there's a reason for it. So you go out to your mailbox, you get the mail. I don't know how many people still do that. And they go, there's a dryer sheet in here. Well, postal letter carriers, I should say, say that it sometimes they go to open the box and there are like bees or something that'll be in the box, or
Yellow
spiders.
jackets.
Yeah, or spiders. The dryer sheet keeps the critters away.
This is good information.
Yeah, so the letter carriers have decided that we'll put a dryer sheet in. So if you see it, that's why it's there.
All right. Weather, traffic.
Weather brought to you by Volkswagen. Some of the hottest cars in Utah right now. Make shopping easier for Volkswagen Layton customers. They've calculated all of the leases and monthly payments right down to the penny on all new Volkswagens at VWLayton.com. And just beautiful weather. It's sunny and 73 for a high today. Oh, perfect weather today. Traffic, let's see if that's perfect. We've got a crash. Let's see, this is out at Lake Point, northbound SR 36, the ramp to go eastbound I-80. Cars are on the left. It's causing a little slowage there, but there's not a lot of heavy traffic there this time of the morning anyway. And that's it. What are you seeing? I don't know. You need to tell me. Text it to me. Of course, if it's safe for you to do that. 33986. Young Automotive Group has a huge selection of new vehicle brands and over 1,000 pre-owned vehicles. You'll find the vehicle you want at a price you can afford. Visit any Young Automotive dealership or browse online at youngautomotive.com.
Boner candidate number 3, which is, I am a Boner nominee for incorrectly reporting something. I was made aware of this from somebody on Twitter. Who said, are we allowed to nominate X96 for a special Boner of the Day? The website incorrectly shows that the Highland High School lacrosse players, in the story we had yesterday, made the racial slurs against Wasatch. I'll give you a pass, it says, for at least telling the story correctly on the air. I don't remember if I mixed it up on the air or not. It is incorrect on our website. It says, during a fistfight after a high school lacrosse game, some Highland High School players yelled out racial slurs. It wasn't the Highland players that did that. It was the Wasatch players, allegedly, that did it. And I think I said it wrong, too, during the reporting of the story. Parents from Highland High School have accused 3 players from Wasatch using the N-word immediately following Friday's game between the two schools. So it's definitely wrong on our website. And Katie, maybe you could have them go back and fix it with with this story. And I think I said it wrong too. There's a podcast. We can be easy to check. I don't really want to go into it.
He's curious, but not that curious.
I'm not that curious. So for some reason, I just was sort of dyslexic about it. I believe I said it wrong, and I know I wrote it wrong, the way it ended up on the website. So anyway, Boner candidate number 3, me for inaccurately reporting that lacrosse story.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, Van, why such a crank? Van Morrison. He used to be great, and now he's just this grumpy old fart who's released this weird album that's just a rant against millennials and the government and vaccinations and anything else you can think of.
He's lost his mind.
Yeah. Boner candidate number 2, a totally new way to make spaghetti. A bizarre Prego spaghetti sauce hack, which is either just an attempt to get viewers online, or if it's really true, it's a really bad way to make spaghetti. Either way, it's a Boner candidate. And Boner candidate number 3, me for inaccurate reporting.
Now, people are saying that you said it on the air correctly, but it was just entered on the website incorrectly.
Okay, so not as bad.
Yeah.
It's not as bad. So I can pin the blame on Miriam and Skip. You guys are the Boner candidates.
Even though they just cut and pasted what you sent.
Or you sent it to them written out, and they just...
Somebody.
I didn't send it to them written out. They just take the news story that I read.
Well, there we go. That is round 1 of your Boner voting. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight, and possibly become Boner of the Day. I say possibly because this is just round 1. It goes forward to Boner Fight. Round 2 happens at 8:20. We'll do this again, get another champion. We'll send both of those champions forward, and you'll decide Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. So here we go. You've got to pick your champion from this. Round 1 to send forward. 2 candidates, 3. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number. Just that single digit is all we need in the message of a text. Anything else will screw up the computer, and your vote won't get counted. All right? So 1, 2, or 3. Text that to 33986. That's one way. Call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, May 12, 2021, and vote there. All right? You have until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. This is round one of your boners. BigOTires.com.
The Big O Tire brand, their house brand, is really a good brand of tires. I mean, they're great tires. I have them on both of my cars, both a Toyota and a Honda. But, you know, they carry other brands there, the names you know and love and trust, like Cooper, Goodyear, Michelin, and Big O Tire says we will guarantee the lowest price on every tire every day.
But to go back to the Big O brand tires, Bill,
Yeah.
we've got a big sale going. I don't know how they can do this. Big O tires save up to $150 off a set of 4 Big O brand tires. They can do it because their name's on it. But
yeah, they can say, well, let's just discount them.
Yeah.
That's how they do it. Big O Tires, the team you trust. There's a location near you, certainly. They do a lot of other stuff for your car, oil changes and tune-ups and brakes and all of that sort of stuff. So find a Big O Tire store near you by going to BigOTires.com.
Spine. Spell it with me now. S-P-I-N-E. Spine. And now we'll use it in some dialogue, featuring our 2 Utah men, LeVar and LeGrand. Elder LeGrand Dardun Jr. has called his friend LeVar with worries on his mind. Never fails. It's always during my favorite show. Yellow.
LeVar?
Yeah.
It's LeGrand.
LeGrand, how's it going?
I'm a worried man, LeVar. I don't know what to do. It's about Midge.
Well, how is the lovely Mrs. Dunn LeGrand?
Well, LeVar, she ain't herself these days.
What do you mean she ain't herself? Well, who is she then?
Well, she's Midge, but she's not Midge.
Huh?
Well, first off, she's been losing weight, LeVar. She may have knocked off close to 100 pounds. She had to go out and buy a whole new set of moo-moos. And they're designer moo-moos, too. The Don Ho collection.
Well, that is odd, LeGrand.
And she started to wear makeup again.
Huh?
She hasn't worn makeup since we got married, LeVar. A woman with 16 kids doesn't have any place wearing makeup, LeVar.
That is strange.
And it's not even New Skin or Mary Kay, LeVar. It's that kind of makeup that Claudia Schifter wears.
Anything else?
Well, she covered up the I Heart Family Home Evening bumper sticker on the back of the Suburban with one that says, "Mean people suck."
Something is definitely up, LeGrand.
I know. So, I've been kind of trying to track down her whereabouts to see what's up.
You mean you've been spying on Midge?
Well, I wouldn't call it spying exactly. Just keeping tabs, you know, like waiting down the street from the house and then following her car.
Spying. That's what that is, LeGrand. Spying. Well, did you find out anything?
Well, when she said she was going to Relief Society, I followed her, and she ended up at the Deseret Gym. I think she may be working out, LeVar.
Well, mayhaps she's just trying to get in shape and improve her quality of life. Mayhaps she's tired of being as big as a Winnebago.
She's the mother of all my 16 kids, LeVar. She's not supposed to improve her quality of life. Her role as my spiritual partner is to improve my quality of life.
You find out anything else when you was spying on her?
Well, yesterday I caught her waxing her legs, shaving her armpit hair.
The hell you say? We got big trouble, LeGrand. I'm gonna jump in the truck and be right over. That is, if the truck will start. You know, she might be trying to become a feminist or something worse. She hasn't said anything about, you know, taking night classes or the like, has she?
No. What are we gonna do, LeVar?
Well, we're gonna keep spying on her, LeGrand. Let's just hope that we don't find out that she's going to the symphony or the ballet or nothing like that. Tell you what, though, if we do, you pack them kids up in that Suburban and you ski-daddle out of there.
Okay, 7:49. Now is the time to call, line up to talk to Dr. Cobble. Ask your questions of an actual doctor and not your great-uncle craziness on Facebook. It is 877-602-9696. He can answer your questions about the vaccine, about COVID, about distancing, about masks, all that stuff. You can take care of it here. Call now. All right? Time to award round one of your boners.
And that's brought to you in part by tofu stir fry.
Why?
Because it's what was for dinner, and it was delicious.
All right.
Crispy
And if
fried tofu.
And if you're looking for an adventure this summer, look no further than your backyard. Nevada's Pony Express territories for both outdoor recreation and fun. Go to loneliestroad.us for more info.
We had boner candidate number one. Oh, Van, why are you such a crank? Van Morrison, brilliant singer, and he's just gone down into this hole of being a right-wing crank. Just nothing. The government is monitoring you, and the kids are all wrong, and
the kids are all wrong.
They're all wrong. Boner candidate number two was a totally new way to make spaghetti. No. This was either just to get views or a bad idea about how to make spaghetti, doing it on your countertop. And boner candidate number three, I am a boner for inaccurate reporting. Now, apparently, I did report this story about the lacrosse players and the racial slurs that were allegedly hurled after the lacrosse match. I said it correctly on the air, but on our website, it attributes the alleged racial slurs to the Highland players, when in fact it was the Wasatch players. So I nominated myself for a boner for inaccurate reporting. I wasn't totally inaccurate, but I knew that this would be the opportunity that people wanted. So the winner was boner candidate number three. I am a boner for inaccurate reporting.
All right, there you go. All right, that is your winner of round one. It now goes forward to boner fight. Might be boner of the day, depends. Round two coming up at 8:20 with three more candidates. We get another winner there. Then we'll take both winners and put them against each other. You will decide the fates at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens. That's when you'll decide boner of the day. Is this a sponsored feature?
Yes, Tim Daly Auto Group, home of the Forever Warranty on all new and select used vehicles at Tim Daly Infinity, Tim Daly Ford, and all three Tim Daly Nissan locations.
Okay.
We are now favored with the presence of Dr. Michael Cobble, who's been coming on the radio with us for quite some time now to talk about the coronavirus pandemic and vaccines. Good morning, Dr. Cobble. How are you?
Good morning. That's such a sweet introduction.
Well,
my mom will be happy.
Good. I hope she's listening. So, Dr. Cobble, I know you're going to have a couple of weeks off here, I know, and we'll find somebody to replace you for those 2 weeks, but I hope you have a good vacation.
Thank you.
Yeah, now let's talk coronavirus. Do we have anybody calling at 877-602-9696?
We do. Let's start with Dan.
Dan, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for letting me listen.
Yeah, what's your question?
Question is, I've got young kids and just had the thought, my wife asked me, is coronavirus mosquito transmissible, or is it just aerosolized?
Is it fecal transmissible?
No, mosquito transmissible.
Oh, mosquito transmissible.
Yeah.
No, there's no evidence of that. Nope, don't have to worry about the mosquitoes.
Okay.
It is aerosolized.
Mm-hmm. All right,
Perfect.
Dan.
Thank you.
And fecal.
Oh,
it is fecal.
I
guess.
Get it through the poop.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't want to get that close to anybody's poop. But
Yeah,
you shouldn't.
Shouldn't
I'm
have
not gonna.
But some relationships. Anyway, let's see. Here's a text. 877-602-9696, the number to call. I'll do this text question, and then Gina can, in our next break, ask the important question that is on her lips, and she's dying to know about her children.
Oh, yes.
And the vaccine. You're looking at me like...
I'm like, what are we talking about?
I'm Uncle Kerry. I'm not supposed to even know these things, but all right. Let's see. Here's a text question. 3-man band, vaccinated singer lives with high-risk but vaccinated spouse. Other 2 members are opposed to vaccine for freedom reasons. When is it safe to get together for rehearsal/jam at a small practice space? My spouse's safety is of most concern.
It's when you get 2 new people to be in your band that are okay.
Thanks, Dr. Cobble.
That's when you get together.
You do a remarkable Gina Barberi impression, Dr. Cobble.
I'm sorry, Dr. Cobble. Go ahead.
I know my answer was going to be never, but I think that you had a good alternative when they get replace those 2 free dumb members. But yeah, the CDC says 4 people can get together in small spaces if they're all vaccinated without masks. I don't see that remarkably changing until everyone's vaccinated. It's sad that those 2 people don't want to stay in the band or
yeah.
I don't get it.
Crazy.
I would say that since you're a lead singer, you can find other musicians.
You know, it's funny. Yesterday I had a worker in my house, a guy I know, and he's been vaccinated. As a matter of fact, he's been vaccinated twice, maybe, because he was in a clinical trial. Before everybody got vaccinated, and then so when they started doing vaccinations for everyone, they vaccinated him because there was the chance that he was in a control group that got a placebo. So he could either be vaccinated twice but certainly at least once. I've been vaccinated, and yet we both still sat there with our masks on. It's just become second nature in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just smart to do that. I saw 2 of the New York Yankees coaches tested positive despite being vaccinated. So if you're not a Yankees fan, you may be happy about that. My nurse is a Red Sox fan, but I think the vaccine is not the perfect thing, but the vaccine is a smart move, and the masks are smart as well.
All right. Well, if you have questions for Dr. Cobble, call in now. We'll take a break, and this whole next segment after these messages will be Dr. Cobble answering your questions. So now would be a great time to do it. 877-602-9696. Line up.
We'll certainly get into vaccinations for kids, too.
That's what my questions were about.
Coming up.
Get to that coming up. Stand by. Oh, traffic, Gina, real quick before we go to break.
Yeah, crash eastbound SR 201 at 72nd in Magna. Crash 35th south of 44th west in West Valley. And I think that is it so far. What are you seeing, though? You can send it to us if you'd like, and I'll pass it along to friends of the program. You do that at 33986. Injured in an accident? Everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to UtahAdvocates.com.
All right. 877-602-9696 is the number to call to talk to Dr. Cobble right now. Line up. Wendy's for breakfast. Yes. Get a you're going to it's so affordable because it's $3 is what I'm talking about. It's Wendy's $3 classic breakfast deal. And what a great way to score points at the office or whatever meeting that you happen to be going to. Just, pull to the Wendy's drive-up. Just ask your phone where the closest Wendy's is, because there is one near you. They are everywhere. Get in that drive-up and get yourself one of these. This is the classic sausage, egg, and cheese, or the classic bacon, egg, and cheese breakfast sandwich, paired with small seasoned potatoes for just $3.
Nice.
So you're gonna win if you take this to work or your meeting or class with you right now this morning.
You could say, "Hey everybody, I brought a bag of breakfast."
There you go. You hold it up and everyone will cheer your name.
Yeah.
With fresh cracked grade A eggs on every breakfast sandwich and hot and crispy seasoned potatoes, it's going to you're gonna score some points with this. So and it's all for just $3 each. So choose wisely. Choose Wendy's this morning for breakfast.
When you listen to Todd Newcomb on your drive home,
Radio from Hell on X96.
So anyway, we're up there, getting bags of food and turkeys. But when we first got there,
this is before we went on the air.
Now I didn't say this to her on the air, did I?
No. No, this was before we went on.
She introduced herself, and I forget her name. Hi, I'm so-and-so with the food bank. And I always said hi. And she handed us a fact sheet.
just a few things there, and she said, and then she said, I don't even think we asked her to be on the radio.
Didn't.
She said, I don't want to go on the radio. And Carrie said, well, come on, we've got to want to talk to somebody from the food bank.
Yeah.
You're here. You're an expert.
I believe every year we have spoken with them.
Yeah, and I said, well, we need somebody from the food bank. We'd like somebody from the food bank to talk. And she said, well, what are you going to ask me? and it made me a little mad.
It did, because it's kind of a
and I said, well,
question.
I'm going to ask you, what the velocity of a V1 rocket is, and how to build a diesel truck, and what is the composition of quartzite.
Yeah.
I
You were
said,
a little.
I said, I'm going to ask you stuff that you can answer about the food bank.
The stuff that was on the sheet.
Easy stuff. She ran. She disappeared. And never came back.
Yeah.
And no one else from the food bank.
No.
She was the representative that morning.
And
you could have handled that. Better.
Yeah, I could have. And I think I did say, well, could you get us somebody who will talk? I think I said that, and that's when she said, well, what are you going to ask me?
I think he was just trying to point out to her that that was kind of a silly question. You're here to represent the food bank. Tell us about hungry people.
I was, but I kind of snapped at her.
People that have never been on the radio or put in that position, it makes them nervous just right off the bat.
Gina, I don't think, again, you really need, other than that seems to be your role, to apologize for this. I'm doing the apologizing. You don't need to.
Once again,
it's my turn to apologize.
Stepping all over Bill's thing.
Stop apologizing. I'm apologizing.
You're always there to ruin the punchline, and now you're ruining the apology.
And quit throwing your shoes at me.
Wait, there's another one.
So she really never said why she didn't want to be on the air, did she?
No, but she was scared. She was nervous.
She did the I don't want to be on the air.
Maybe she had a real job and was supposed to be at work and didn't want anybody to hear her.
No, but anyway, I feel bad about it. I'm sorry. I'd like to find out her name, and I'll send her an apology or.
Yeah, I wouldn't call her. You'll scare her.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to scare you, and I'm sorry. I was a little short. But it's first thing in the morning, and we're just getting it together, and you know how I am.
Yeah.
But she doesn't.
Again, you can't treat everybody like you treat me.
Oh, shut up. I can too. You call right now, and I'll tell you to shut up. I don't care who you are.
Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96 Radio from Hell.
All right.
So,
yes, Gina.
Couple things.
Go.
When we're done talking with Dr. Cobble, we will have the 21 Pilots contest where you'll have a chance to win an access code to watch their exclusive content. We will also give you another concert announcement, different concert announcement. And so stick through Dr. Cobble to get all that. And we'll continue with Dr. Cobble, brought to you by introducing the Ultra Smooth package from Manscaped, a specialized 3-step groin shaving for your most sensitive areas. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code X96 at manscaped.com.
All right, back to Dr. Cobble at 877-602-9696. That's the number to call and ask questions of the good doctor. But I know, Gina, you really want to get into...
well, I have kids in the 12 to 15 range, and I'm anxious to get them vaccinated. What do you know about that rollout, effects on those kids, side effects, those kinds of things?
Yeah, so the FDA approved it on Monday. The CDC's meeting on it today. I'll be shocked if they don't approve it. I think we'll be able to see people getting the shots here in Utah Thursday or Friday between the ages of 12 and 15. All of the kids studied, none of them had severe side effects. The children that were vaccinated with the COVID vaccine, none of them got the virus, where a large number of the kids in the other group did, in the placebo group. So it appeared to be extremely safe and quite effective. And then they have ongoing studies in the ages between 5 and 11 and between 2 and 4.
Wow.
And then they have studies between the ages of 6 months and 24 months. Pfizer's doing those. So I think I think it's going to be after the school year starts before we see approval for 11 and under, but I think you'll be able to get access to those vaccines on Thursday or Friday this week for 12 to 15.
Wow.
So the recommendation is to wait 2 weeks between other vaccines. So if they were going to get an HPV vaccine or meningococcal vaccine, the recommendation is to wait 2 weeks between, not because there's an interaction, but simply just to monitor for any side effects that may happen from the vaccine itself. Yeah.
All right.
So it's exciting.
It is. I wonder if, taking into account the number of people in that age group who get vaccinated, is that going to push us any closer to any kind of herd immunity?
Well, I think that 12 and above, whether you're 12 or 22 or 32 or 42 or 52, 12 and above is the high-risk spreading group. Again, the kids that are younger tend to not spend time in one space for long periods, and they run around more. And so, again, the younger age group is not the remarkably contagious spreaders. Although I've unfortunately had grandparents that were babysitting kids, and a 5-year-old, 7-year-old, 8-year-old, and if you're in their lap and they're spending a lot of time with you, they're high risk. But at school and those other places, they didn't seem to be high risk. So I think that we want to get everyone vaccinated, obviously, to prevent the spread and the variants and, seeing this up and down contagion. But I think it's a good start. I think it's great.
All right.
People are wondering how many kids were in the study group, because I've seen this on Facebook going, this hasn't been studied in kids extensively, and not very many kids were studied. Do you know how many were in the study?
Yeah, it was about 2,300 total. And again, usually it's a 1-to-1 ratio. Half get the vaccine and half don't.
Yeah. And they also want to know, does this make them sterile or infertile? No. It does not.
And that's a great, that was a big QAnon conspiracy kind of GOP thing, I guess. No, there's no evidence that it did that in animal models. There's no evidence that it's done it in human models. There are studies doing that as well. And so there are studies looking at ongoing, but there's no evidence in the early data, both with animal models and human models, that there's any sterility or infertility.
Do you know anything about why? So Rand Paul going on and on and on Dr. Fauci yesterday. Where does Rand Paul get all of this bizarre information? He presents it as though it's very factual, and they say it's not factual. Where does he get all of this?
Well, I think that Dr. Paul played with a lot of mercury as a child and probably ate a lot of leaded paint. So mercury and lead would be the only explanation. the sad part is when somebody sounds intelligent and
Yeah.
articulate,
Mm-hmm.
and they're just a nut job. They're believable, and it's hard. You know, I would even listen to it, and if I didn't go out and do my own research, I might be, wow, that sounds plausible. That he may be right, but he's just a nut, and the people that continue to reelect him are nuts. Crazy.
Yeah. You're right, though. He sounds like he knows exactly what he's talking about.
And that's the danger.
Yeah. That's the danger with all of these people that you select and choose your Tucker Carlsons of the world. They pick and choose info and then they twist the meaning of it and I don't know what they're trying to accomplish.
What's the end game here?
Yeah, I mean, is it just so that we have low vaccinations, so that the disease continues, so that Biden looks bad? And I mean, I don't understand what their end game is here. Anyway, 877-602-9696 is the number to call if you're wanting to. And speaking of children, here's a text question, COVID question: looking for safe activities for kids under 12. How about swimming in an indoor pool? Or if you have any other suggestions.
Yeah, I think well ventilated spaces. I think if the kids are playing, their risk is low. If we have a play date with our kids, we tend to have them wear masks, but they're usually running around outside. And if they're running around outside on the trampoline and those types of things, I think.
Wait a minute. Trampoline?
Yeah.
Those are dangerous, Dr. Cobble. Why do you let your kids play on a trampoline?
Aren't they more dangerous than coronavirus?
Well, I can't protect them forever.
A rite of passage to have a broken arm. Come on.
Oh my gosh, they've broken just about every body part. So
I think before I was 15, I had 3 broken arms, 3 different broken arms.
But I think parents are looking towards summer and activities that their kids can do. How do you feel about camps for kids this summer?
Well, again, I think if it's a sleepover camp and you're in a small cabin area, that's a little bit more complicated. But again, I think outdoor activities are great. So if it's bicycling camp or tennis camp or my kids still wear their mask at soccer, but most of the other kids have taken their masks off. And when they're out running around the field, if it's competitive, they take their mask off. But my little 6-year-old, he still wears his mask, and they don't even notice it. Again, when I'm lifting weights and working out, when I'm swimming, I take my mask off, obviously. But when I'm working out, I'm the only guy that's wearing a mask in there, and I feel very comfortable wearing it and like wearing it, and I just don't want to catch this and be able to spread it.
No,
it's just easy for me. Yeah. It's a simple sacrifice.
I'm going to continue to wear my mask, I think probably for the rest of my life, because I know that my cold symptoms are not
You haven't
appearing
been sick in a year.
I haven't been sick in over a year, and so...
Well, I'm going to make sure. I just think of your poor kids, though, Dr. Cobble. Why are you guys still wearing your mask?
Our dad's a doctor. Our dad loves us. Say that.
Yeah, say that.
All right.
Well, and I don't even have to ask them to wear it. I mean, they just put it on. It's just routine. It's simple. It's easy. It's brushing your teeth. And, I just hope everyone gets their vaccines so we can all get out and be together in large groups.
Kids adapt to things just terrifically. It's the parents that are the problem.
Yep, it's all in how you present it to them. So.
Yep, all right.
Well, I know you're going on vacation. We won't see you for a couple of weeks or hear from you for a couple of weeks. So have a good time and a safe travel.
Oh, thank you, and thanks so much, and good luck, everyone.
All right.
Thanks,
Talk
bye-bye.
to you when you come back. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
21 Pilots. Let's do that right here.
Do that.
May 21st, the band's first ever global live streaming event featuring a catalog-spanning set list, dynamic performances, and a live debut of the music from their new album, Scaled and Icy. Listen all week at 8-ish, 2, 5, and 9 to win tickets from X96. I have a keyword here I'm going to give you, and you'll text it to 33986 for your chance to get an access code to the 21 Pilots live stream concert. The keyword is Nico, Nico, Nico. Text that to 33986. And we also have another concert announcement I'm going to make really quickly right here. We've got September 9th at USANA Amphitheater, Korn with Stained. Tickets are going to go on sale Friday at noon. So that's exciting. Now, if I could do a spot of Traffic Quickly, I have a sponsor for that also.
Please do it.
Crash southbound I-15 milepost 328, just south of 200 North in Kaysville. It's off to the left shoulder. Crash 35th south at 44th West in West Valley. And we have a crash SR 201 72nd West in Magna. That one is off to the right shoulder. Let's see. Oh, actually, Carrie, I need your help with this one. I'm sorry
is that right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't give you an update on that one.
Let me find that, and I will just tell you that it is brought to you by. Oh, there it is. Nope. During the month of May, get a professional AC or furnace tune-up for only $29 with Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Call 801-264-HALE.
All right, here we go with Boners Round 2. The candidates you will be considering are Sick 'em Boy. Number 2, I thought cow manure would cure just about anything. And number 3, what a wonderful winning family.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back with round 1 of your boners, or round 2 of your boners coming up along with Big Boy News after these. And now a message from the State of Utah COVID Task Force. As the doctor said, we'll know in the next little bit as to, when the kids will be able to be vaccinated. Mm-hmm. And you're going to want to pay attention to all these websites and this information so you can get your kids taken care of.
In addition to that, the governor's office has put out an executive order that still includes a requirement to establish procedures to offer the COVID-19 vaccine to people in underserved communities.
Mm-hmm.
And they are trying to take the vaccine to the community rather than vice versa. They're targeting more and more, the state of Utah government is targeting areas that they think are underserved or underrepresented and are not getting the vaccine.
And if you're feeling like you need to get the vaccine but you don't know how to get there, UTA and Lyft are offering free transportation to and from your vaccination appointments. The free fare offer is valid on all UTA models. That's Trax and everything else. So the vaccine is free. Getting there is free. There's no excuse to not get it. Go to coronavirus.utah.gov.
Okay, the shop sells. It's called How would you say that with all of those
celebrities?
Celebrities.
Yeah, I drug you guys over here. You were just going to walk on by Celebrities Gallery featuring artwork by John Lennon, Miles Davis, Ronnie Wood, Tony Bennett, David Bowie, Picasso, and others.
Picasso's best rock star of them all.
By the way, it's featuring, what does it say? Artwork. It's featuring overpriced prints of artwork by.
None of that's real?
Well, it's real in the sense that it's, for instance, there are a bunch of John Lennon things in there, which Yoko Ono took the originals and had copies made of the originals and then put print numbers on them and selling them.
Bitch.
My point exactly.
There was some
something for you in there.
Well, yeah, there was some artwork by David Bowie in there, and it was it looked like a
which Yoko Ono took and copied and put numbers.
But again, it's mass.
So it's not cool.
But it was David Bowie did a painting of Festus. I swear it was Festus.
Festus?
No.
Well, I mean, he was all white and pale and alone.
And alone. No, but so what if it's they only make so many of the prints, right? Or it's only cool if you can get the original.
It's hard to say.
There was yeah.
I mean, it really is hard to say. A lot of them say, it's number 475 out of a run of 1,000. But how many runs of 1,000 did they do? I mean,
they may have stopped and then did another run. Yeah, that's how they can say a run of 1,000.
I mean, it's okay stuff. I mean, I wouldn't buy it, but
I mean, there was a really cool colored pencil John Belushi
with
in there,
his shirt open and his gut hanging out.
Shirt open. Yeah, that was a great thing. But it was easily $450.
Probably, yeah. And there was one thing in there I really liked. They had Hawaiian shirts. Silk Hawaiian shirts, they were about $70-80 a shirt, but they were they're copies of shirts that celebrities have worn. Like there's one that shows a picture of Dustin Hoffman and John Lovitz standing together, and John Lovitz is wearing this Hawaiian shirt with pineapples on it, and you can buy that.
You can buy that shirt.
Yeah.
I want to buy Dustin Hoffman's shirt. I don't want to buy John Lovitz's shirt.
Either way, they'll both have little black curly hairs inside of them, okay? And then here's the question I had, is that there was a whole bunch of drawings of the Rolling Stones, and right in the middle there was this big one of Don Knotts, and I'm wondering why they decided to put Don Knotts in the middle.
That was not Don Knotts. That was Todd of Todd and Aaron. No, it was.
Jagger.
Oh, is that who it was?
Yeah.
Oh.
Sure look like Don Knotts.
Oh, well, the older he gets, the closer they look.
I mean, 1960s Don Knotts. You know.
Really?
Yeah.
By the way, Uncle Todd, I always thought you looked like Mick Jagger, not Don Knotts.
That was the joke he was making.
Yeah.
Let's make it perfectly clear.
Honest.
Okay, 8:22 right now. Let's continue with round two of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight to possibly become Boner of the Day? Winning here right now does not make it Boner of the Day. It'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. That'll happen at 9:20, and that's when Boner Fight happens. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. So, of this round 2, of these 3 competitors, choose strategically. One of these 3s will be going up against Bill in Boner Fight.
Yeah.
So that's why I say choose strategically. Here we go, round 2. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you will vote. And one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
a Can't Buy It, Gotta Win It Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt.
Here's Boner candidate number 1. Sick 'em, boy. A Salt Lake City police officer faces a second felony charge for ordering his dog to bite someone who prosecutors say was not in the least and was not a threat at all. In this latest aggravated assault charge, Officer Nicholas Pierce allegedly lifted up his canine, Tuco, so that the dog could bite a woman who was in a suspected stolen vehicle. He lifted the dog up.
That's effort.
Yeah. Prosecutors allege in charging records that police pulled the woman over in 2019. She had followed the police commands to turn off her vehicle, toss out the keys, and put her hands out the window. She was ordered to get out, but didn't. Prosecutors noted that she moved very little, kept her arms out the window, and did not make any threats or aggressive movements toward the officers, who had their guns drawn. And then Pierce and his dog approached. Despite the fact that she was not making any threats or aggressive moves toward the officers, Pierce directed the dog Tuco over to the vehicle, lifted him up so that Tuco could reach the extended arm of the woman, and then he said, "Tuco, hit!" And the dog bit her arm, pulled the arm down due to the weight of the dog, and she had significant lacerations and injuries to her forearm. This is the second time the prosecutors have charged Mr. Pierce for allegedly misusing his police dog. He faces another aggravated assault charge for ordering Tuco to attack a black man who was on his knees with his hands in the air. So apparently not a threat there either, but he ordered Tuco to attack him. Boner candidate number 1. Sick 'em, boy! Here's boner candidate number 2. I thought cow manure would cure just about anything. As COVID-19 ravages India, some have taken to rubbing cow feces and urine on their bodies as a way to fight the virus. Doctors are warning against the practice, saying there is no proof that it boosts immunity or helps treat COVID. But they don't know this one little fact about it.
What's that?
Yeah, I'll tell you just a second.
Okay.
There are also health risks involved in smearing or consuming these products. Other diseases can spread from the animals to humans, said a doctor in India. In Hinduism, the cow is a sacred symbol of life and earth. Some residents of a town in the western part of India have been visiting cow shelters to rub the excrement on their bodies, then hug or honor the cows with the mixture while the mixture dries. Now, here's the key, though. This is what the scientists don't know. When the manure urine mixture dries on the body, it's washed off with milk or buttermilk. So there you go. That's the secret ingredient of the cure.
I would go to Stephen Colbert's comment on this, and it's where it can be helpful, though, is people will stay 6 feet away from you. So that part, I think, works.
And social distancing is difficult in India because there are so many people. All right, that's boner candidate number 2. I thought cow manure would cure just about anything. All right. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. What a wonderful winning family they are. Man.
All right, we got Big Boy News now, brought to you by.
Brought to you by Feel the Music. As computer graphics and lasers take you for a cosmic ride, Clark Planetarium's light show plays every Friday and Saturday. Tickets are available at clarkplanetarium.org.
You know, Tina Turner doesn't need anybody's validation to hold her place in rock and roll history.
Absolutely not.
But she has now been inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. She joins 12 others in what the organization calls the most diverse list of inductees in its 36-year history. Here are the performers that join Tina Turner as the main class of 2021 inductees: Todd Rundgren, Carole King, Jay-Z, The Go-Go's, the Foo Fighters, and those are the kind of the main ones that are being inducted along with Tina Turner. You would think that some of those had already been in the Hall of Fame.
You'd think Tina Turner would be in there.
Yeah, so she's way late getting in there. Now, I saw the list, and I agreed with all of them. I was just disappointed that 2 didn't make it, and that was New York Dolls. They should be inducted.
Were they nominated?
They were nominated, but not inducted. And then the other one was Devo. I think Devo should be in there.
Well,
they'll
again,
come back around.
They probably will be, yeah. Couple of other names of note that'll be inducted, at least names of note to us, I think. Well, LL Cool J, I don't.
The ladies love Cool J, Bill. Come on.
Okay. Kraftwerk.
Wait a minute. You get Kraftwerk in there before Devo?
Well, they were before Devo, so historically.
And Gil Scott-Heron.
Yeah.
So that's good.
All right. Like I said, I agreed with all of them. I just wish that Devo and New York Dolls would have made it. But, next year.
They will. The rate of new COVID cases in the United States fell to an average of 38,800 a day on Monday, the first time daily case counts have been below 40,000 since September. Federal data found the country is averaging 2.1 million reported vaccinations per day. That's down 37% from its peak level, but it is showing signs of steadying in recent days, and that would be good. Just hold at a steady rate of constant vaccination. The rate for new COVID cases, I already did that. All right. Let's go to this story. Salt Lake County is waiting for the CDC to make their pronouncement before they start talking about where and how people 12 years of age to 15 years of age can get the COVID vaccination. And we will have all that information for you tomorrow. David Schuld from the county, Salt Lake County, will be on, and I think he'll have a plan. They'll have a plan in place and be able to tell you about it tomorrow. A Utah man that was charged with rioting at the U.S. Capitol has been arrested again. Now, he was out on a bond, and he had a hearing earlier. Was it Monday, I think, or maybe it was last Friday? He had a hearing. He's from a small town in southern Utah called Apple Valley, I think, and his name is Copeland. We talked about him. I think he was a boner candidate, Landon Copeland, for swearing at the judge and so forth. And so they didn't arrest him immediately, but they have now taken him back into custody. He has a hearing scheduled for today. He's been charged with assaulting an officer, obstructing law enforcement during civil disorder, knowingly entering a restricted building without lawful authority, and violent entry and disorderly conduct on Capitol grounds.
A patriot.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, somebody who's willing to fight is somebody who's willing to fight for the basic beliefs of this country, Gina. That's what those people were doing, those patriots with their Confederate flags. Yeah. And their QAnon tattoos and all of that.
Dumb asses.
The Boy Scouts of America is just about finished.
Really?
Oh, man. The Boy Scouts of America, they have declared bankruptcy because they have lawyers trying to settle all the cases of abuse that have come out from recent investigations, and those lawyers don't come cheap. One lawyer negotiating a resolution to the multi-billion-dollar bankruptcy filed by the Boy Scouts of America billed $267,435, $267,435 for a single month. Another one is charging $1,725 for each hour of work he does. New lawyers fresh out of law school have been billing at an hourly rate of $600 an hour, all of them working on this case, trying to settle the lawsuits that have been brought against the Boy Scouts of America. So they're doing a vote recount in Arizona.
Oh, I thought they stopped it.
I hadn't heard that.
Well, they wanted to go door to door to question people about their votes. They put a stop to that. This has to be wrapped up by this weekend because the venue is booked for graduation ceremonies. Calling it a recount makes it sound like it's a real and important thing. The thing that you need to remember is that for some reason the Arizona Republicans felt like it was okay to hand over everyone's ballots to a conspiracy theorist.
A very conservative Republican in Arizona, an attorney. His name is just coincidentally Bill Gates. He is so against this recount, and he's a conservative Republican. And he says this recount shouldn't be happening. We already did an audit of the votes.
3.
and those were sufficient. I
3.
appreciate that there's a certain segment of the population who continues to have concerns about our electoral process and the integrity of the election, but I don't believe that is this process.
No, it's not.
It's not that they're worried about the process. It's that the outcome wasn't what they wanted. And they think if they keep looking and looking, they can get it to be the outcome that they want. It's not there.
This is your This is your modern GOP. It's all about performance theater. It's all about performance theater to make you outraged. It's like professional wrestling. They're going to do this, and they don't even have to have an answer when it's done. All they have to do is say, well, we found quite a few irregularities. And that's all it's going to take to make your crazy uncle think that there was something wrong with this election.
You know, they don't even have to say that. They just have to say, well, people are just looking at this process going, well, there must be something wrong.
And they know that that's what people are thinking.
Yeah.
But they were looking for bamboo ballots because they came from China. Because China and bamboo.
We heard, that we heard that 20,000 ballots came from China, and they were faulty ballots, and they used bamboo in their paper.
They were using UV lights to look for a watermark. This is true. Looking for a watermark that Trump put there. Because he was going to trick people and save the election. There were Trump ballots with his watermark on there to make a point.
They believed this,
That's
and
what
we're looking. They had the UV
They had
lights
ultraviolet lights.
And you know what they found? None of that.
None of that.
They wanted to find it, and they didn't find it.
And finally this.
Anyway.
A Zimbabwean father. He is 66 years old. He has a strict 4 times a night sex schedule.
No more, no less?
No more, no less. 4 times a night with his 16 wives.
Holy cow.
He has 151 children. His name is Mishek Nyandoro. He is 66 years old. He doesn't work because his full-time job... Well, he says, my full-time job is satisfying these wives. And they cook and they clean and cater to his every desire. He has 151 children. He has no plans to slow down.
All
right, that's it.
Weather, traffic, sports if you want to.
Just quickly, the Bases ball lost last night to the Reno Aces. They play Tacoma tomorrow. The Jazz don't have Donovan Mitchell probably into the playoffs. They're going to let him rest, so he will not be available for tonight's game against the Portland Trail Blazers. That is at 7:30 tonight. Weather, and this is sponsored, by the way. It is brought to you by, if you're looking for an adventure this summer, look no further than your backyard at Nevada's Pony Express territories. For both outdoor recreation and fun, go to loneliestroad.us for more information. Just a beautiful day. Everything perfect about it. Sunny, 73. Tomorrow we'll be up in the 80s and 80s throughout the weekend, it looks like.
Going to be nice.
Traffic, we've got crash southbound I-15, milepost 328. It's just south of 200 North in Kaysville. And that's it. We've had a really nice commute today. You haven't even sent us anything via text. But, of course, if you see something, you can always send it in at 33986.
Here's boner candidate number 3. What a wonderful, wonderful family. 2 Trump family members apparently got inappropriately and dangerously close to Secret Service agents protecting them while Donald Trump was president, according to a new book on the Secret Service. The book is called The Rise and Fall of the Secret Service by Washington Post reporter Carol Leonig. It'll be published next week. She is a Pulitzer Prize winning author, and she reports that Secret Service agents reported that Vanessa Trump, the wife of the president's oldest son, Donald Trump Jr., now that they're not married anymore, but when they were married, Vanessa Trump started dating one of the agents who had been assigned to watch the family. Vanessa Trump filed for an uncontested divorce in March of 2018. Leonig reports that the agent concerned did not face any disciplinary action, as neither he nor the agency were official guardians of Vanessa Trump at the time. And also, Tiffany Trump appeared to be going out with a Secret Service agent as well, a tall, dark, and handsome Secret Service agent who was now he was not assigned to watch her, but she, they're hanging around, they know each other. And then, of course, Donald Trump at one point said, listen, there are some fat agents that are trying to guard us. I want those fat guys off my detail. I want them off the detail. How are they going to protect me and my family if they can't even run down the street? Huh? What
You're
a
fat,
wonderful,
Donald. How about that?
What a wonderful, wonderful family.
You're horrible people.
Boner candidate number 3.
Some are saying we're the greatest family ever in the history.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, sick 'em, boy. Salt Lake City police officer now charged with another felony. This is 2 because of similar offenses of sicking his dog Tuco on suspects.
It's just psychotic.
Boner candidate number 2, I thought cow manure would cure just about everything. Indian doctors are warning against using cow poop as a COVID cure. And boner candidate number 3, what a wonderful winning family.
All right, you've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Winning here makes it go up against the winner of round 1's voting, and one of those 2 will be boner of the day. That will be decided by you at 9:20 this morning. That's when we'll vote for boner of the day. Right now you need to pick one of these 3 contestants to move forward to boner fight and go up against the winner of round 1's voting. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, May 12, 2021, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. You have until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. This is round 2. Brooklinen.com. Oh, got to get my little stopwatch going. Brooklinen.com. It's springtime. People are focusing on spring cleaning, and that is code for refresh. And I think while you're doing a spring refresh, you should get yourself some of these new wonderful. I'm crazy about the sheets, as you know, but it's not just sheets at Brooklinen.com. You can help create an oasis in your house, a personal zen zone with their sheets, with their super plush towels. I love my Brooklinen towel. Loungewear, they have those as well. All kinds of things available on their website at Brooklinen.com. And right now, it's time to give yourself the comfort refresh that you deserve and get it for less at Brooklinen. You will thank me for this. Go to Brooklinen.com, use the promo code X96 to get $20 off with a minimum purchase of $100. Such a deal. That's BROOKLINEN.com and the promo code X96 for $20 off with a minimum purchase of $100. That's Brooklinen.com and the promo code X96.
Sitting here in my room with Dean Cardinal, Worldwide Trekking, and a man who's become a good friend, Geldrin Sherpa, and we're sitting here talking to you on a cell phone, essentially, which is amazing to me that you can do this where we are. Let me try to describe this. We are actually in a really remote part of the world. You can helicopter in here, but it's horribly expensive, and people don't do it much. People walk to get to these places, and they walk for days and days. There are people who live way up in the Khumbu, and they come down here. Kind of the Namche Bazaar is, would you say it's a halfway point between here and Lukla?
Yeah, and it's a trading spot. between the valley and Tibet, and a place where people come together for the Saturday market to trade goods, to buy goods, and everything else.
And so people walk for a long time to get to these places, and people they'll walk from very remote places up by Everest, and they'll come down here to trade, as Dean said. But what's really unusual is that people have cell phones everywhere. It's just stunning in its incongruity. It's just incredible. You'll be walking, I'll be puffing my way up a trail, and some Sherpa kid will be, carrying a big heavy load of stuff and talking on a cell phone, it's just an amazing thing to see. I should describe a little bit. I don't think I described very well. Coming into Namche Bazaar, there are these giant prayer wheels in houses. I'd forgotten about this, and I asked our friend here, Geljan, what those were, and he said the river used to run under those prayer wheels and turn the prayer wheels, but the river has been kind of diverted. I don't know why, but it turn the prayer wheels anymore. So yeah, so it's just such a world of contrast here, and you'll see all of these Sherpa kids wearing kind of American, westernized-looking clothes and talking on cell phones. But then they're also very into their culture. And I just want you to tell people really quickly, Geljan, what you call your son. What's your nickname for your son?
My son nickname is Chicken Head.
Chicken Head. Geljan. You see, Geljan is like fathers everywhere. His son, Pasang, right? Pasang has a kind of a weird hairdo with it kind of sticks up, and he's dyed it a kind of a red color, and so his father, being like fathers everywhere, doesn't like it, so he calls him Chicken Head. anyway, we'll have more from Namche Bazaar. I'm Bill Allred, heading for Tibet. Tibet? No, not Tibet.
Okay, we got things that must go just as soon as we award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by White Rice.
And Feldman's Deli wants to thank their customers for their generous support during these challenging times. They are open, offering dine-in, patio, and takeout service Tuesday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Come in for a nosh at Utah's only authentic Jewish deli. For more information, go to feldmansdeli.com.
All right, we had boner candidate number 1, Sick'em Boy, a Salt Lake police officer in trouble. A couple of charges against him for using his dog Tuco, his canine, inappropriately on 2 occasions. Once a black man kneeling with his hands in the air, the officer sicked Tuco on that guy, and then another case where he actually picked the dog up so he could bite a woman's arm. Weird. That's number 1. Number 2, I thought cow manure would cure just about anything. Indian doctors are warning against, okay?
Okay, good.
Warning against using cow poop as a COVID cure. It's good for some other things, but not as a cure. And boner candidate number 3, what a wonderful, wonderful winning family. Trump family members getting inappropriately close to Secret Service agents. Really?
No, it's on brand, Bill. I don't know why you're surprised.
Well, the Secret
perfectly on brand.
And you know, the Secret Service, as of late, in the last few years, they've got problems in that division. Let's see. We'll go to the winner here, which is right here. I'm sorry, I'm getting all kind. Oh, there we go. Charlie won the boner T-shirt, and the winner, boner candidate number 1, Sick'em Boy.
All right, there you go. That is the winner of round 2. Going to be a good boner fight coming up at 9:20, about a half hour from now. Stand by for that, because we've got our 2 winners. All right, things that must go now, brought to you by.
When I get the carpets and tile cleaned, it's never just clean. It's zero res clean, and I won't have it any other way. Just $33 per room cleaned. You deserve the best. You deserve zero res. Schedule with Zero Res today.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
These are things that are really bugging you, our dear friends of the program, and you need to get it off your chest. So you put it down in an email and send it to us, radiofromhell@x96.com. Put "must go" in the subject line, and if we read it on the air, maybe it'll make you feel better, and maybe these things will disappear from your life. You can be anonymous too, all right? Just bear that in mind. And as a matter of fact, I'll start. I've got one of my own, by the way. It is. I've had occasion to visit many different doctors' offices recently, in the last couple of months. We won't go into all of that, but why is it that many, many, many of the receptionists at the doctor's offices wear their mask under their nose?
Oh,
many?
God.
Many?
Many?
Yeah. In doctor's offices.
Yeah.
I don't, and sometimes they're not wearing it at all. It's pulled down under their chin. That must go. I don't get it. This one says, "Good morning, you rays of sunshine who make my mornings awesome. Please don't use my name. I'm a therapist, and something that must go is when I have a patient come into my office and complain that they can't get over their ex. It's usually for 2 reasons. 1, they still stalk their ex on all things social media and refuse to block them to avoid temptation. Or 2, their ex contacts them or friends them on all things social media and tries to reach out to them again, still refusing to block them because it's not nice. If you are done with it, be done with it. Let that stuff go. Breakups suck. Yes, we know that. Let's work together to move on. Don't come back to my office telling me how you had a text fight with your ex through social media. Also, you do not have to respond.
No.
I'm doing fine now, though I was in a really dark place a few weeks ago. I didn't want to die, but I wasn't excited about living. I have a few physical health problems and bipolar disorder, and when somebody asked me how I'm doing, and I mentioned, well, we're trying a new med, and they asked, will it help you lose weight?
Oh, geez. Who would say such a thing?
That's not my concern. I just hope it will help me want to live and be excited about life again. Yes, I have a few extra pounds on me. I'm not obese. Why is my weight your main concern? Are you going to ask your doctor for this medication you don't need because you want to lose weight? This makes me want to rip into you and tell you how insensitive it is on so many levels. Also, kids who have been getting ready for school for more than 5 years and act surprised at nearly every day how this routine works. 5 years, and yes, you still have to shower. Yes, you brush your teeth. And then this one quickly. This is why I have a sign over my car, or on my car. Warning, I do not have time for stupid people. In a store in Moab, when a woman in line is told, masks are required in the store, ma'am, she responds, I don't understand why you're pushing so hard about that. The woman in line in front of her turns around and loudly says, because people are dying.
Good for her.
Gina?
This from Please Don't Use My Name. My must-go is this. When I come into work at the hospital for my shift, and I have inherited an S show when I get there, inevitably I get the high-maintenance woman. She and her husband will raise hell if they are not waited on constantly like I'm their personal servant and they're my only patient. I know your surgical site is kinda itchy and you're sore, but otherwise you're stable and you can totally go home. I will address all of your needs based on priority and discharge you as soon as I can. However, I have 2 impending admins coming in the next half hour, a patient who needs a transfer to ICU now before their heart explodes, and 1 do not resuscitate patient who's actively dying and needs someone to contact their family, and another who's vomiting from an anesthesia hangover. I understand that you need to get home ASAP before your not potty-trained labradoodle pisses all over your couches, but I assure you that your lack of doggy sitting planning and preparation is not my priority.
Wow.
Honestly, the more you and your husband yell at me and threaten me and treat me like garbage, the harder I'm going to cheer for your precious fur baby to just go to town on your couch. I love you all. Thank you for everything. All the best. Then another, please don't use my name. I work with an employee who made a mistake at work, and she referred to it as, quote, doing a George Floyd. It made me feel ill when I heard this.
The hell?
And it must go.
Wow.
Carrie?
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm stunned by that one.
Yeah.
The first one that must go is a personal one from here on Mount Doom. Hey, CNN, get your closed captioning crap together. I'm not talking about your live news. I'm talking about your pre-prepared shows. You know, the history of late-night TV.
Oh, yeah,
and
it's
that
a little weird, isn't
that Marvin Gaye documentary that I watched. Your closed captioning is not even close. You're using that program that catches the audio and then translates it. And it's always late, and it's always incomplete. So on your pre-prepared shows, pay the extra $1 to have somebody do it by hand, okay? Because that's the only way this is going to work. Anyway, all right. Let's see. This one from, please don't use my name. I got laid off in February. My list of things that must go related to searching for a job. 1, stop ghosting applicants. At the very least, send a grossly generic email that says you went in another direction. Or better yet, thanks for applying. The job has been filled. Don't leave us hanging for weeks. Hell, I'm still waiting on a job I applied for 6 years ago to let me know if I got it. Pretty sure I didn't. Also, why require an applicant to provide references as a requirement just to apply for the job? I don't want to give out the people's info for no reason, and certainly not if you're not going to come close to offering me the job. Let's see. Stop using cliches. I don't want to read another description where they are looking for a fast learner, team player with an amazing work ethic who thrives on being a critical thinker and is a problem solver with excellent skills who is passionate about being part of the tight-knit world-class group of like-minded individuals in a value-based culture where growth opportunities are endless.
That sounds like me.
And finally, this one from Felix. Please excuse my rant. At this point, people against masks in any way, like Tucker Carlson and his sycophants, they need to go. To these people, I have a message. Many won't tell you, but they really think it. I will tell you. You are a bad person, period. It doesn't matter how charitable you are or how much service you do or if you're shoveling your neighbor's driveway or if you're a veteran or if you let other drivers in during rush hour. You are a bad person. You are so selfish that you are incapable of loving your country. You may claim it's your choice and it infringes on your personal freedoms. This excuse is as flimsy as your honor. If personal freedoms were the real reason, you'd be just as outraged by other government requirements that also infringe on your freedoms. And since you're not outraged, we can see your argument as fake patriotism. When humanity came calling, you cowered in fear behind a fraudulent banner of oppression. I'm embarrassed to breathe the same air as you. If you were in power, you would all be. If I were in power, you would all be sterilized. Since I highly doubt this will make it on the air, I appreciate you letting me get this out to a person instead of yelling it into the void. Felix.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
Let's get some traffic, Gina, please.
Medical issue, northbound Highland Drive, 94 South and Sandy. 2 right lanes are blocked and traffic is having to use the median to get around there. Introducing the Ultra Smooth package from Manscaped, a specialized 3-step groin shaving for your most sensitive areas. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code X96 at manscaped.com.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Boner fights and a reasonable amount of news all on the way. Stand by. Big O Tires. It was 1 week ago today that I just drove down without an appointment to my Big O Tires here at Mount Olympus location.
Really?
And I said, there's a screw in my front tire there. Could you remove that? And they said, sure. And I was in and out of there within 20 minutes.
That's amazing.
Just took
Big O
care
Tires.
of it. No problem.
You know what? I think they put I'm not sure how. I'm going to ask next time at Big O Tires how they do it. But I think that they take it out and they put a rubber, like a core. They put it in to fill in where the screw was in your
magic
tire.
as far as I'm concerned.
Now, if it was bad enough that they couldn't salvage it, Carrie, you could have got a good deal on the Big O brand tires. They have a sale going on through the 31st. Save $150 off a set of 4 Big O brand tires.
But maybe you like a different brand of tire, Carrie. Maybe you like a Michelin or a Goodyear or a Cooper or a Mesa, for heaven's sakes.
I like a Cooper.
Well, Big O will give you the lowest price on every tire every day. Go to BigOTires.com for more.
We found a pair, my wife found a pair, I should say, of clown shoes at the DI. A giant
Sad
pair.
dead clown.
That's immediately what I thought was dead clown.
How else do they end up
I went right to dead
What's
clown.
sad, what's sad about a dead clown? I know that is a day of celebration.
Depends on where you find him.
Yeah.
If you find him in the forest, that's kind of sad.
It's a gigantic pair. I think they were. I'll take a picture of them and present them next week.
She bought them?
Yeah, for my kid. Giant pair of. They're plastic, but they're meant to be. You can wear them. A giant pair, and I think they're pastel, like baby blue, clown shoes.
Is there a law that says clown shoes should always be red?
That's what I thought.
That's
what I thought.
They're
It
red.
seems to
The
me they
nose
were-
is red. The shoes are red.
It seems to me they were. Yeah.
And was he excited about the clown shoes?
Well, thrilled.
Congressman Bozo would like to put forth the following law: that clown shoes will always be red.
You know, I proposed this many years ago. I think we should have a National Clown Day where everyone in the United States, by law, everyone, by law, is required to wear a clown costume. And I mean everyone, from the president to the members of Congress.
You wouldn't do that.
If it was a law,
you would stay home.
police officer in your home, people could come and knock. Authorities would come and knock on your door, dressed as clowns, and say,
Clown check.
"Are you? Yeah, exactly. Are you in there? If you're not dressed as a clown, you're going to clown jail."
You see, this is why Bill would be an excellent Republican. He fails to see the constitutionality, and that's why
the Constitution is suspended for one
day.
One day, maybe a week. A week.
What is the purpose of everybody being a clown?
It would humble all of us. It would humble all of us. We would all become clowns.
That's why you won't do it.
I can see exactly.
I think National Clown Week, and
Really?
everyone has to dress as a clown for an entire week. You'd have to go to old folks' homes and dress the retirees and the shut-ins as clown. Even if it meant just as something as simple as just putting a nose on them.
Question.
Yes.
What about people in comas?
Yes.
Because they need to be humbled. If you've ever met a bunch of people that are up,
surgeons, people performing surgery, and the patients, everyone. And now a surgeon, he couldn't wear the big dumb gloves, but he could. Maybe have to have a nose on under the mask. All of that.
All right.
Right. I think I'm gonna. You elect me. You elect me the mayor of Salt Lake. I'll start it in Salt Lake. It'll be Salt Lake Clown Week, and everyone in Salt Lake will have to dress as a clown.
Now, luckily, I live in unincorporated Salt Lake, so
that's you'll be. But if you come into my city,
all right,
no clowning around.
Oh.
All right.
That's where the term clown fever will come from. People who are sick and won't come in.
Here's what Kerry Jackson is doing when he's not on the air.
Yes, Mr. Jackson, thank you for coming into my office. As the manager of this department store, it is my job to make sure that everything goes smoothly. And during the Christmas season, that's especially important. We hired you to be our store Santa on good recommendations from your radio station management. But frankly, we've had complaints from many of the parents about your performance as Santa. Now, how do you begin each visit with a child?
Well, first off, I have them shake my hand.
Shake your hand?
Yes, I'm the hand-shaking Santa.
You don't let the children sit on your lap?
No, the hand-shaking Santa wouldn't do that. And do you have any idea how germy little children are? You know what I really hate is that little kid smell. You know the smell I'm talking about.
I see. And then they tell you what they want for Christmas.
Well, after they've shaken my hand, I ask them to write an essay about how good or bad they've been during the year, and then they're asked to list what they want for Christmas. Now, that list is then submitted to one of my elves, and the essay is graded and placed in the handshaking Santa essay box.
You have paper and pencils for them in Santa's castle?
No, the handshaking Santa does not provide essay materials. If the children are unprepared, it's no concern of mine.
Uh-huh. Well, I think I've heard quite enough.
Oh, fine. My break is just about over, and I still have to disinfect my fingernails and put on a fresh pair of gloves before I have to greet the little vermin again. Get away from the handshaking Santa, you dirty, dirty little children.
Oh, my God. Miss Johnson, would you call the radio station we hired this Santa from? We need a replacement immediately.
Here's what Bill Allred is doing when he's not on the air.
Ho, 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 ho. Welcome to Santa's castle. Merry Christmas.
Santa, why are you lying on the floor?
I'm the leg wrestling Santa. Tell me what you want for Christmas.
Well, I want the White Power Ranger and the Nerf Ball Zuka.
All right then, Sonny. Lie down here right next to me. You do know how to leg wrestle, don't you?
Oh, yeah, Santa, but couldn't I just sit on your lap?
Oh, no. The leg wrestling Santa wouldn't do that. All right now, Sonny. If you beat me, then you'll get everything you asked for.
Okay.
If not, you'll get a lump of coal in your stocking. And an orange.
Oh.
Here we go.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Sorry, Sonny. You lose. Get him out of here, would you, my little helpers? Who'll be the next to challenge the leg wrestling Santa?
Why don't you leg wrestle me, Mr. Butthead, jolly old sucky claws?
Aren't you a little old to be leg wrestling Santa?
You're pretty tough with these kids. Let's see you take on someone your own size.
All right, then. You lie down right here. Good. But first, I have to take a leak. Can't leg wrestle on a full bladder, you know. Be right back.
Is on this day?
In 1986, Joe Strummer of The Clash permanently lost his driver's license because he had a tendency to drink and drive. And they said, Joe?
Did he lose it in the supermarket?
They removed it from him and said, you can't have this anymore. You can't be trusted with it. No more driving for you.
Mm-hmm.
Although I'm sure Joe had plenty of people to drive him where he needed to be.
He's not still with us, is he? Joe Strummer.
No.
No.
Long gone. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great song. It's so...
He died in 2002.
It's so infectious. I don't know what it is about it. I love it.
Okay. Nice to hear that, though. And I hope that our friend Nicole liked that, because she called.
Oh, yeah, you told her this morning.
That's right.
Yes. All right. We will take a break. We will be back with a reasonable amount of news and boner fights, all coming up. Stand by for that. AAA.
Oh, can I tell you about AAA?
Please.
So Festus and his wife just hit the road to move to Florida, and I said, Festus, I should have told you before you left you should sign up for AAA because you're driving there. He's like, Mom, what do you take me for? And showed me his AAA card.
Yeah.
He's
Good
set
for
to
him.
go.
Good.
I've been a AAA member for years, and I always give, as part of their Christmas gifts, AAA membership to my kids who drive as well, because it really has helped them out of jams, flat tires, all of that stuff, roadside assistance. And AAA has... a membership drive going on right now. You can save 50% when adding household members to your membership. Also, AAA has this new home security product. It's called Smart Home, and it's cameras, it's motion sensors, it's everything you need to keep your home safe. And if AAA is backing it, then I'm for it. So Just Google AAA, three big A's right in a row, and you'll find the branch near you.
Yes. May I help you?
Carrie Jackson and Bill Allred here to see Mr. Acme?
Carrie Jackson and Bill Allred? And this is regarding...
Well, we work for Mr. Acme, and he wanted to see us today.
I see. And you work for him in which one of his businesses?
Radio. You know, we do a morning radio show at his radio station.
Oh, yes. Mr. Acme is involved with some little broadcast facility somewhere, isn't he? Let me call him. He's having his daily rub-down right now. Mr. Acme?
What the hell do you want? You know I don't like to be disturbed when Gregor is giving me my rub-down. Ouch! Damn it! I told you that my coccyx is sore, Gregor! I'm calling the doctor. Don't rub me so hard there! Jesus! Now what the hell do you want?
I'm sorry, Mr. Acme, but there are two radio people out here to see you. What were your names again?
Carrie and Bill. Bill?
Is that Allred and Jackson out there? God, I forgot. It's salary time again. Okay, tell them to have a seat. We're just about finished here. Damn it, Gregor! Don't push so hard on that. Oh, I'm sore everywhere that my belt rubs.
Have a seat, gentlemen. Mr. Acme will be right with you.
Oh, great. Acme's got some sore muscles, and we're here to talk about raises. What great timing.
Oh, he's always in a bad mood or sore or something anyway. I don't see where one day is any better than another when it comes to talking about money. For hell's sakes, Gary. I mean, last year during our job evaluation meeting, he jumped across the restaurant table and jabbed the dinner fork into my upper thigh. I bled like a pig.
I remember. He must have stuck that thing in about 3 inches.
Yeah, thanks for closing me up. I don't know if I've ever told you enough how grateful I was.
Don't worry about it. It was nothing. I was just glad I had that little staple gun in my backpack.
I'm nervous. I mean, I'm just not very good at this asking for a raise thing.
Remember, we got to be tough. We got to stand our ground. I mean, sure, we're asking for a lot, but we work hard at the radio station. I don't think that 15 every 2 weeks is too much to ask.
But Carrie, 15 every 2 weeks adds up to $30 a month. I'm telling you, it's too much. He'll never go for it.
I think you're right. We got to get out of here. Oh, okay. Here's what we do.
What?
I'll pretend that I'm sick, and then you pretend to rush me to the hospital, okay?
Okay.
Ma'am, will you tell Mr. Acme we'll be back some other time? I've got to rush my partner to the hospital. I think it's his ovaries or something. His uvula or something. You're going to be okay, partner.
Okay, 9:19, and we're a little early actually. So
What? How'd that
means
We were late, though. Now how are we early? How
magic.
What?
It's magic. A wizard did it. Whenever you don't have an
made
answer,
the commercials run faster.
Whenever you don't have an answer, that's the answer. A wizard did it.
Okay.
So we do have more than a reasonable amount of news here. It's bordering on full-strength big boy news.
Ooh.
Well, not full strength. It's bordering on big boy news and opinion, not full strength. But here we go, and we got boner fights as soon as we're done. Brought to you by.
What's for dinner tonight? Feed the whole family with takeout from Diversion Eatery. Get 50 wings, 2 sauces for $45, or 2 large pizzas and 20 wings for $45. Get the full menu at diversioneatery.com.
Well, Elon Musk's partner, Grimes, was hospitalized after Saturday Night Live. She was there. I think she was on the show a little bit. There are pictures of her backstage with Miley Cyrus, and they're mugging for the camera. And I think she did some small part here and there. But then she had to be hospitalized because she had a panic attack.
Okay.
Well, live TV can be stressful, Bill.
Why don't they just carry a bunch of paper bags, you know? Here, breathe into that. Put your head between your legs. But she had a panic attack. Her real name is Claire Boucher, Boucher, Boucher. She has previously spoken about her battles with mental health. In an interview with magazine Dazed and Confused back in 2012, she said, before I made music, I had really bad social anxiety disorders. I had panic attacks all the time. I was not a happy person.
Well, I feel bad for her, Bill, and I don't care for her music, but I feel bad that she's been struggling with that. That's
I wouldn't
horrible.
know her music if it bit me.
That's how it works. It bites you.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't have any idea. I don't have any idea what it's like.
You
I'll
don't
look
need to
some up
familiarize
after the show.
yourself.
I'm just curious now. Yeah, she had a small part in the wonderful Super Mario sketch that they did on Saturday.
Wario.
Yeah.
Boy.
So Ellen DeGeneres says, we're 19 years. I'm going to end my talk show after this season, the show's 19th. The decision, which fell to her, DeGeneres, is said to have been several years in the making.
Mm-hmm.
She informed her staff May 11th and will sit down with longtime pal and daytime predecessor Oprah to discuss the news on Ellen's May 13th show. When you're a creative person, you constantly need to be challenged. And as great as this show is and as fun as it is, it's just not a challenge anymore.
That is so not what it is, I'm sure.
And, you could make it a challenge again.
Timing her departure is something that DeGeneres has openly wrestled with in the past. In a 2018 New York Times profile, she revealed that her wife, Portia de Rossi, had been encouraging her to move on from the 180 shows a year gig, while her brother, who's a comedian apparently, had urged her to continue to the end. But DeGeneres said, no, I'm going to end it after this 19th
She's
season.
got plenty of money.
Yeah, maybe she just wants. I mean, they had some problems this year with, they said there's a toxic atmosphere backstage and staff problems. But in the long run, I just hope she's happy. And I mean, maybe she'll enjoy retirement.
I was going to say, she's got enough money. She'll be fine.
Yeah. Let's see. More than 30 people dead in the Gaza Strip as Israel and the Palestinians keep having at it. This is the worst fighting between them in 7 years. It intensified last night. Israeli airstrikes began targeting Hamas offices in Gaza City. Militants in Gaza fired rockets at the metropolis of Tel Aviv, the southern city of Israel's main, the southern city of Ashkelon, and Israel's main airport, all three of those targets. In Gaza, at least 35 Palestinians, including 10 children, had been killed by Tuesday night. 203 others were wounded, according to health officials. In Israel, 5 people were killed in strikes on Tel Aviv, Ashkelon, and the airport. 100 people were wounded. They're just lobbing rockets right and left from Gaza into Israel, and then Israel had this thing called the Iron Dome, which worked very well, intercepting rockets that Palestinians would fire periodically. They would sense that there was a rocket in the air heading toward Israel, and they would launch a counterforce and blow the missile up in the air. And it worked. It was pretty effective when there were just a few here and there. But when they're firing dozens and dozens of them, that system is now failing as well. And I don't know. It just,
it's sickening.
I can't say. I just want to say, there's nothing you can say because this has been going on for centuries.
Exactly. But in the meantime, kids are getting killed on both sides.
I wish God would finally put an end to this and come down and say, all right,
here's all my children.
Yeah, or something.
Little
Could
kids
you come
are
down
dying
off a cloud and say, all right.
Little kids are dying because you guys keep arguing about the sky giant and which one is correct about it. So just
in a secret ballot today, House Republicans voted to oust Representative Lynn Cheney from her post as the party's number 3 leader after her repeated criticisms of former President Trump and his false claims that the 2020 election was fraudulent. Blake Moore, Utah's newest representative in Congress, and he's a Republican, has said, he told KSL that he voted against the ouster of Liz Cheney and offered his support to help her. He says, I support Representative Cheney remaining in her leadership position, and my vote on Wednesday will reflect that. Republican House candidates who won big in 2020 due in part to the broad appeal, diversity, and unique strengths of leaders across the Republican Party. Kevin McCarthy, Steve Scalise, and Liz Cheney represent the inclusivity that so many voters appreciate. Cheney goes on to talk about how he has supported Liz Cheney. Now, there's no word on what Curtis has said about it and Chris Stewart. I assume
it was a voice vote, so
Right.
we'll never know unless they offer it up. Like, I would assume if they don't say anything, that means they voted for it. That is what I would assume.
I would assume Chris Stewart voted for it.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I'm afraid that they've made another tactical error here because this is going to really piss off her father, Dick. Dick Cheney. And if he decides he wants to get back into the fray, he is still with us, I believe, with his mechanical heart. No, he's not?
Yeah,
Cheney?
he is.
Oh, yeah,
I think
Cheney
he
is. Yes,
Yeah.
sorry.
So I think if he decides to get back into it, fire up the mechanical heart and get into it.
Listen, any father worth a damn would be supporting his daughter right now.
Yeah.
Well, I think he is, and
Has he made a
might
statement?
just fly to Washington from Wyoming and kick some ass. That's what I'm thinking might happen. Let's see. Utah parents and activists are disagreeing and fighting over the teaching of critical race theory in Utah schools.
Which is not happening unless your kid's in law school.
Utah lawmakers are working on legislation dealing with critical race theory being taught in Utah classrooms. Critical race theory examines systemic racism and its impact on aspects of American society. Parents who would like to see it banned believe that it promotes it might come to the schools.
This is more of that fake outrage that it's performance theater.
They believe that it promotes an ideology that creates more division than unity and is not driven by facts. What's happening with critical race theory and the ideology is that we're pinpointing it on certain races, said Andrea Stringfellow, a parent of 5 mixed-race children. We're creating this blame, shame, and guilt. Stringfellow, who is of Peruvian descent, believes critical race theory causes minority students to feel like victims.
It's not being taught in schools. It's being taught in a class that you choose to take in college. It's not.
Okay. Now, but let's go back and examine what she just said. Stringfellow, she's just a mom, believes critical race theory causes minority students to feel like victims. She believes that. She doesn't have any evidence says that's the case.
It's not. There isn't any evidence, Bill. It's not being taught to elementary school kids or high school kids even.
Exactly.
It is a college class that you opt into when you're an adult if you would like to learn about
all
it.
performance theater. That's what they do.
Spencer Cox, the governor, says no critical race theory will not be taught in Utah schools.
It's not being taught in.
And it won't be.
Well, this is not worth talking about because it's taught in law school, not in regular. All right.
I believe that it will.
Yeah, right.
All right, here we go. The winner from round one.
With Radio from Hell on X96.
It's the boner fight going right now. Number one, it was me. I was the boner for some inaccurate reporting yesterday about the Highland Wasatch lacrosse match. It was erroneously reported on our website that the Highland players had allegedly used racial slurs against Wasatch. In fact, it was the other way around. Apparently the reporting that I did on the radio was correct, but the website was wrong. So I nominated myself for a boner there. That won round one. Going up against number two, Sick'em Boy, Salt Lake City police officer charged with another felony as it's found that he's used his dog to attack people who were not offering any resistance. He's done it twice. That's number two.
All right, here we go. You've got to decide of these two candidates, which one is the worst, which one should be boner of the day for today, May 12. 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. That's easy. Or call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight, May 12, 2021, and vote there. Chances are you'll have to refresh your internet browser when you get to the website to make sure that you see the box that says Boner Fight on it, because we just put it up, all right? So there you go. You have until the end of these messages to do it. Let's go. This is Boner of the Day. Wendy's for breakfast. It is the classic breakfast deal. It has arrived. $3 classic breakfast deal. Now, for that price, you can buy breakfast for your friends in your work group, your class, or, if you're a real, kiss ass the boss. How about that?
Yeah.
They'll love it. You'll make some points today. So you get your choice of classic sausage, egg, and cheese, and their sausage is superior, or the classic bacon, egg, and cheese breakfast sandwich paired with small seasoned potatoes for just $3. Now, that's a fresh, cracked grade A egg on every breakfast sandwich, hot and crispy seasoned potatoes, and all that delicious stuff that you've come to expect from Wendy's. So what you do is you're driving into work right now, get on your phone, find a location near you. You know there is one near you, and pick up some breakfast for you and your friends. because it is the return of the $3 classic breakfast deal at Wendy's.
When Carrie, Bill...
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. Our elders are tracting their way across the cosmos, looking for prospective converts, when suddenly they find themselves aboard the last surviving battlestar, Galactica, where our elders are introduced to Commander Adama.
Quiet, Muffy. They don't look like Cylons.
Welcome. I'm Commander Adama.
Hi, I'm Elder Chris Jansen, and this is Elder Jensen. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons. Say, you look like that guy from Bonanza.
I am in command of this fleet, and we are searching for the lost tribe of humans and a shining planet called Earth.
What a coincidence! We're from Earth. Would this lost tribe you're looking for just happen to go by the name of Nephites?
No, I don't think so. What can you tell us of Earth?
Well, everybody there is pretty much like us.
Hey, Lehi, why don't you show them the Saturday's Warrior holographic disc that your mom sent you?
Look, Muffy. They have more teeth than you do.
And you say this pretty well represents Earth?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Colonel Ty, turn the fleet around and set course for Cylon.
Father, you can't be serious.
Son, if we have to choose between genocide and a life with those Saturday's Warrior people, I'll take my chances with the Cylons.
So, I guess this means that you won't be joining our church then.
Apollo, Starbuck, show these two to a launch bay, and make sure they take that holodisc with them.
Oh, Felger Carb.
Elder Jensen, what's your language?
Fleeing the Lex Diazovedo tyranny, the last battlestar, Galactica, sets off for a shining planet called Cylon. Join us next time to hear Elder Jensen say...
Hey, do you think that kid knows that his dog is really just a monkey in an orange dog suit?
On the next brain-numbing episode of Space Elders!
It's time to award Boner of the Day.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Is it really time?
Mm-hmm.
All right, then let's do it. It is brought to you in part by stir-fried tofu.
And Young Power Sports in Centerville, Utah's newest power sports dealer. Tri-City Performance is now Young Power Sports in Centerville, your Polaris and Victory motorcycle dealer. See inventory online at youngpowersports.com.
So we had Boner candidate number 1. I am the Boner nominee for slightly screwing up a news story yesterday. It probably happens more often than I realize. But somebody pointed it out to me on Twitter. It was an error on our website as well about the lacrosse game between Highland and Wasatch. We've tried to correct that, but I nominated myself for the Boner because of it. Going up against number 2, Sikkim Boy, the Salt Lake City police officer, who has apparently used his dog, his canine, inappropriately. Tuco was the dog's name, sicking on 2 people who were not offering any resistance. 2 separate incidents. And the winner, I'm getting dyslexic or something. Because when I looked at the votes, I thought, oh, well, they voted for me anyway, even though the dog one was, no, the dog did win. Boner candidate number 2.
Well, it was the officer.
It's not the dog's fault. Yeah.
The
dog's just doing what he was
fault.
told.
Dog's just being a good dog. All right. That is the winner of Boner of the Day for today, May 12th, now qualified to be Boner of the Week.
Well, Bill, I waited all day for you to get to the important story, which you never did. So,
well, if it's that important, you should have alerted me to it.
I think people need to know.
What?
Say goodbye to the extra Chick-fil-A sauce, at least for now.
Oh, see, I didn't want to drop that on people because we're having trouble with a chicken shortage anyway.
This is what I'm saying.
Because the roosters won't step up and do the job. So,
Chick-fil-A is reporting limiting the number of sauces customers can receive with their meals amid an industry-wide supply chain shortage. Quote, we apologize for the inconvenience and appreciate your understanding as we work through this, Chick-fil-A said. On May 4th, Chick-fil-A posted an alert saying industry-wide supply chain shortage. So here's what you can get. If you have a box of nuggets.
How many's in a box of nuggets at Chick-fil-A? I don't know.
Like 8 nuggets.
Okay.
You get 1 sauce.
That's it?
Now, what is I haven't been to Chick-fil-A forever. What is this sauce? It looked...
Well, it's any sauce. There's ranch, there's barbecue, there's...
Oh, I see, okay.
Buffalo, See, so what I like to do, and this is where the problem comes in, because I like to get 1 ranch and 1 buffalo, and then you just sort of, go back and forth between the 2, and that's no more. You can only have 1 sauce.
Oh my God!
And my other question, Chick-fil-A, is, so what if I get a meal and I have fries that I want ketchup with? Does that count as my 1 sauce? Do I have to choose between ketchup and ranch?
Well, for those of us who like to get sauced, this is a tragedy.
So I want you to know that I'm going to follow this story all throughout the day. I'm going to do some investigative journalism.
You're going to go to Chick-fil-A?
I'm going to go to Chick-fil-A.
Well, that's your investigation. That's
once again, contributing to the chicken shortage.
Yep.
I will report back tomorrow my findings.
Gina, take your own container of ranch.
You can do that?
Yeah.
I know, right?
Take the chicken nuggets home and get a bottle of ranch out of the refrigerator. Because I don't want you driving around with just an uncooled. Don't you have to refrigerate ranch dressing once you open it?
Once you open it, yeah.
Yeah. So
hey,
just don't poison yourself.
You just get the little container, little Tupperware of ice, and stick it in there.
Okay. I will
if
let you know.
I would take more than 1 flavor of sauce, whatever it is. You must have barbecue sauce, take some ketchup.
Yeah, take your own ketchup.
Mustard.
I like the buffalo and the ranch. I like the combination of the hot and then the creamy.
At one time, I had a drawer full, and I don't know if we still have it, of ketchup and soy sauce packets here.
Just in case.
Well, it's because, you get takeout and you bring it home and you have the stuff. It's easier to use ketchup out of the bottle than those stupid little packets that they have. But you don't want to throw the packets away, so
it's a waste.
So we keep them, but we never use them. So I've got a lot of packets for you.
Pandemic condiments, Bill, just in case.
Well, if you want some, I can give you some.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back crawling towards the exits. Oh, hang on. After these, and I didn't know how many nuggets were in a Chick-fil-A.
I don't know at all. Yeah.
Isn't it like 6 in McDonald's?
I don't know.
Well, you can get there's. Well, I won't get into it. It's not there aren't universal nugget numbers.
Well, there should be.
Get a family pack.
All right. We will take a break. We'll be back. HasterGames.com, but they're located, and they have been for quite a while, locally owned and operated at 6831 South State Street. So if you're looking for a way to keep the family entertained that doesn't involve an electronic screen, that's where you go to Haster Games. Pokemon is bigger than ever, and they've got all of it. D&D is bigger than it has ever been. Now think about it. These two games have been around for such a long time, but they have now, at this point in time, never been more popular with people. So you need to stop by Haster and say hi to them. New at Haster Games this week, Magic the Gathering Strixhaven pre-release kits kits are now available, so choose your School of Magic wisely. You can pre-order now. Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft contains everything you need to craft a horror-themed campaign for your Dungeons & Dragons. As opposed to swords and sorcery, you can go horror. Unleash a treasure trove of new story hooks, character options, and campaign customization to bring one of the most D&D settings to life. Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft. It comes out on the 18th, but you can pre-order it now. Also, lots of dragons have come to Haster Games looking for a new home, so check out their multicolored collection of miniatures to make sure your games come to life. HasterGames.com, or you can go and see them. They are located at 6831 South State Street. Remember, Haster has it.
Yeah, I enjoyed that class yesterday.
You did you?
Yeah.
Well, that's nice.
Well, you don't have to come to them.
Why would you think that I don't want to come?
Carrie, I have because I am one of the kings of sarcasm, I note sarcasm in your voice.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He had a great
I thought
time.
It was a grand waste of time. I'll be quite honest with you. All right? Because in those classes, there's maybe 5 kids who are actually interested in radio, and the rest of them are getting an easy credit.
Carrie.
So the first thing we do when we get to the class is we say, all right, first of all, who's here for an easy credit? And those people who raise their hand, leave. Go right now. We'll sign a form, whatever it takes. Just get out of here.
You would deny a college student an easy credit? What kind of a Grinch are you?
I'm not denying them an easy credit. If it were up to me, we would close down the college radio stations, but we don't. That's an easy credit. They can do that. While I'm there, I don't want to deal with people who just don't want to be there. That's why I don't speak to schools. That's why I hate that stuff.
Now, be honest. You don't speak to schools because you're not allowed.
There's that true. That's true.
Speak to schools.
See the basis of education. And by the way, the kids that want to be there, they just sit there like lumps anyway.
No, there were a couple of them in the back talking. One who arrived 20 minutes late, and then he sat in the back talking with his buddy.
Oh, I didn't see that. When he came in late, I almost said to him, why are you bothering? Why don't you just leave?
And he's sitting in the back talking with one of his friends, and I'm like,
You should have said something. I didn't notice that.
I didn't either.
I nearly did, but then he shut up because I started staring him down.
If you can just touch one child.
I don't need.
all.
Look.
I don't want him touching any children.
I don't.
That's why he's not allowed. Well,
I don't need to understand education. I'm not trying to take away their breeze through their, college degree. I'm there for an hour. That's all. 5 students who are interested. That's great. Everybody else take off. We'll sit and have a chat with 5 people. I'll touch those 5. That's good.
All right.
Especially that Heidi from yesterday. She was really cute. But anyway.
See again why he's not allowed.
She was very interested in what we
She
doing?
was.
She
She was
wanted
very
to
interested.
learn?
And I heard her on the radio, on the college radio station. She's very good. I think someday we'll be working with her.
Maybe not now that you said that.
No, I'm
Not as.
I don't want to work with those guys.
Not her partner Pickle, of course, but
What, it was Pickle and the turd bag. What was the other guy?
Pickle, Turd, and
Carl.
Heidi, I think is what it was. Oh yeah, Carl.
His name's Carl.
Apparently we made Carl cry.
Really?
Is what
Yeah,
I
I
was
heard he
told.
was laying on the floor of the break room.
You know, so and again,
Crying.
if we can discourage someone from getting into radio, that's also
Your
we-
job is done.
Particularly you, Carl.
Already, we started with Carl. He's done. He will not be in radio anymore. So, mission accomplished
some
at
good
Cedar
has
City. You know,
happened.
some good has happened.
And you know, think of it this way too. Carl will go on to better things. He will be a professional clown that entertains at kids' parties. That's what he'll be good
the
at.
creepy clown with the Cro-Magnon brow is what he will be.
All right, 9:54.
Whatever we're doing here, brought to you by Find Your Match at Strong Volkswagen, where the down payment matches the monthly payment, plus all new 2021 SUVs has 0% financing. Visit strongvw.com for more details.
I find myself watching Mythic Quest on Apple TV. Season 1, which is is pretty enjoyable. I understand Season 2 is better. Season 1 is, it's a little hit and miss.
What is Mythic Quest?
It's about these people who have a game, a big video game company, and their big hit is Mythic Quest. That's the name of their game. Mythic Quest Raven's Banquet. And it's all the kinds of things that go on with the programmers and the writers. And it's a very successful company. They have beautiful offices and, a lot of employees. One of the nice things about it is Murray Abraham is the alcoholic writer of the scripts for Mythic Quest scenarios, and he's pretty funny. But they did this thing that sometimes you see series do, and it's confusing to me. I think it was the third episode, or fourth. It's a standalone episode, as they call it. And I was just looking it up, and it says this is a standalone episode with really not much of a relationship to anything else that's going on in the whole story.
Yeah,
it's about separate from.
Yeah, it's about a couple who meet in a video game store, and it's about how they develop a game and how their marriage kind of goes back and forth until they finally get divorced. And it was really good, better than the Mythic Quest series. But it's confusing to me because I said to my wife, so that was the guy who runs the Mythic Quest game. She said, no, that wasn't him. It's a different actor. She claims that I'm face blind, pretty much, particularly with people on TV.
Yeah.
But I liked the episode a lot. I just don't understand why series do that sometimes.
Well, maybe they're testing out a new storyline to see, do people like it? Maybe then we bring those characters back around and do something else.
But it just doesn't bear any relationship to the through line of the story, really.
Well, I mean, these shows, they're given, an order for X amount of episodes, and if the long story they're telling doesn't require an extra episode to tell it, then they do what's called a bottle episode. That's just, kind of its own thing.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
So it's just
a lot
padding
of
it out.
series like, of course, the original Star Trek was episodic, right? That's what it was standalone episodes, pretty much. Unless there
was no long arcing storyline.
Sometimes there'd be a two-parter, but then Next Generation, and then even Deep Space Nine, they have these long stories that,
especially Deep Space Nine, because they had a war going on for 3 or 4 seasons.
But I guess even in those, they sometimes did these odd standalone episodes.
You'd do the bottle episodes to kind of, and especially back then, because you had to do like 25 or more episodes for a season for syndication. Nowadays, 8 episodes, 10 episodes for a season, then you don't necessarily need those bottle episodes, unless in this case they needed one to tell their story.
Just enjoy it. Don't question it.
I know, it's kind of confusing to me.
Bill, it's like finding the bonus fry in the bag. You think all the fries are in the box, and there's a bonus fry in there.
It can be a detriment sometimes, though, because if you're like those Netflix Marvel shows, there were always too many episodes. 1 or 2 more episodes than they absolutely needed to do what they were hoping to accomplish, and it just kind of dragged things out.
Yeah, I felt I didn't watch many. I think I watched the first Daredevil. That's what it was, Daredevil. Yeah. And I liked it, but then I kept going. You could sort of end this now, couldn't you?
Well, and like the Punisher series, there were a couple of episodes that stretched it out longer than you needed. Iron Fist was certainly responsible for that. They did that a lot. So it just kind of, but where if you look at Falcon and the Winter Soldier, it's there. There's not a standalone episode. It's one story. It's 8 episodes. Boom, you got it, and it's tight.
Well, anyway, I'd recommend this if you can get Apple TV. It's Mythic Quest, Raven's Banquet. Yeah. Start with the first season. It's hit and miss a little bit, but I'm pretty sure the second season. And if the standalone episode is any indication, because it was stellar. I mean, it was really good. It'll improve a lot on the second season. So.
All right, let's do the promo and get out of here.
Let's see, where is it? It's right here. Okay.
The weekend is getting closer, so continue to crawl with us towards Thursday's Radio from Hell show.
We kick things off from our knees at 6:45 with the latest geek news, and then right after that, we dare you to call in and battle Gina over trivia questions with Beat Gina.
That happens at 7 a.m., and we have a Radio from Hell face mask and tickets to see Korn for any listener who thinks they have what it takes to beat me. Then Mayor Mendenhall will join us at 7:45 for our weekly Salt Lake City update.
Followed by Sean Means movie reviews at 8, and we will talk with David Schuld about the COVID vaccine for teens at 8:45.
It's all happening on Thursday's Radio from Hell show, X96.
I think we ought to have like Aaron Mendenhall play Beat Gina, and David Schuld played Beat Gina.
They need a Radio from Hell face mask, so they can call.
Dr. Cobble play.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Oh, and that episode apparently is not a standalone. There's a reason for it. It's revealed that both video games were developed in the same office. And the final episode of the first season kind of shows what they blah, blah, blah. I'm not watching it, so I'm just reading you what
it does have. It does have echoes. That's what I call it, a standalone.
Mm-hmm.
Then the next Mythic Quest episode had little callbacks to that standalone episode. But anyway, it was really good.
Fine job, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Billy Huggins Squire. I don't need any favors from you.